Don't you just wanna wake up dark as a lake, like a bonfire lost in a haze? You're drunk on life, babe, I think it's great. While in this world, I think I'll take my whiskey back in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. I'll take my whiskey neat in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. Hello, hello, hello. Me. Thank you. My hair wasn't cooperating with me today, so this is what I did with it. It's a wash day. Let me take this music. Sorry, I'm hitting my mic. Let me take this music out of my headphones. Out of my ear. Why? It's not like you guys are talking to me. It helps me concentrate. That and I don't get. Oh, I don't really care if I get copyright claimed, to be honest. I half the time don't even have monetization on. Let's turn monetization on. Hello, Jaden. Hello, Mark. Copper-headed artist, Cosmic Persephone. Who else did I see? A Purple Spy. Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? It has been a while. Sorry, I'm looking for brushes. I'm looking for specific brushes that I can't find. Where are you? Where the fuck are my brushes at? I probably need to clean them. Yeah, I got dressed up and like, oh, shirt collar sit right. There we go. That's sorry. Sorry, everybody. That's supposed to sit like this. My bad. Don't mind me while I look for brushes and can't decide which ones I want. I don't do my makeup a lot, to be honest. It's been a long time since I've done my makeup. Long, long time. I don't even remember the last time I did my makeup. Apparently, whatever I did, it was blue. This is skibbity. You went skiing yesterday? That's cool. Okay, so I'm old as shit. I've realized. No, I'm not that old. I'm 31. I just learned that skibbity means brain rot the other day. That makes so many things make so much sense. Like skibbity toilet is just this generation's how-to basic, and I'm okay with it. Now that I understand it, I'm okay with it. Oh, a bad ear infection. Oh, that sucks, Jaden. I'm sorry about that. We have no background music. I'm sorry. Let me find some background music. And don't mind my frames as they drop. That's what happens here. You know it, you love it, and that's why you come back for it. I think. I don't know. I don't understand what brings you guys back half the time. Oh, that's what it means. I'm also old. Yeah, see, that's, hey, Bon, what's up? Yeah, that's what I mean, Persephone. I found out about that. I was like, oh, it just means brain rot? Oh my God, that makes so much more sense now. Thank you for translating into old for me. Um, Probably do Spotify. No, it doesn't matter because everything that says it's like it's copyright free and then I get fucking claimed anyway. So whatever. I've also become obsessed with breaking dishes. Background music. Like phantom tax means taking food from your friends. We call that a finder's fee. Well, no, it depends. I mean, there's like a finder's fee. There's like the essence of a traveler's toque. You know, like if this can work with food. This is the only reason I'm explaining it 'cause we've done this with food. Like if someone hands you like food to hand to somebody else, you get to take a bite of it because it's a traveling fee. You had to pass it. They wouldn't have it if you didn't pass it, so you get some of it. I don't know. I like when things get translated. Phantom? Is it? Oh, it always sounds like phantom tax to me. I call it bitch, give me a fry. That just makes me think of the Boondocks episode. Can a blank borrow a French fry? How's a blank gonna borrow a French fry? You gonna return it? But it's like, hang on, something took a chunk out of one of my fucking eyeshadows. Did I just do that? Do I have a chunk of eyeshadow on me somewhere? Oh no, it's purple and sparkly. That's not gonna go well. Oh, I hit my mic. Sorry, guys. Let's get this background music going. Oh, I don't have premium anymore. So there's going to be ads. Do I want to do that? No, I don't. I really don't. I don't want to run ads for someone else on my stream. That's stupid. Oh yeah, that was a real guy that the Boondocks parodied. Well, that's the funny thing. Is every episode of the Boondocks is something that happened in real life. Like no word of a lie, including but not limited to the white teacher says it has a blank gonna borrow a French fry. What am I doing? I'm doing orange and black because it may not be Halloween on the calendar, but it's always Halloween in my heart. Man, feels good to be back. Well, welcome back, Mark. I mean, yeah, I've been gone for 2 weeks. I don't know. I was a sad panda and I didn't really feel like streaming and I didn't have it in me to stream. So I didn't. It's kind of as simple as that. The holidays are a rough time of year. Courtney, it's January. Yeah, well, this is the anniversary of my surrogate mother's death, okay? Oh, I didn't clean this. There's still black in this. I didn't clean it enough. Oh well. Well, I'll figure it out. I don't even really know what I'm doing for my eyeshadow because I haven't done my makeup in forever. I am just fucking around and finding out. So you guys will see it's as much as I do. The Oprah episode. Oh God. January is the most depressing month. Yeah, for most people, that's when their bills from Christmas come in. But see, I don't gotta worry about that. I gotta worry about bills all fucking year round. I mean, so does everybody else, don't get me wrong, but no, this house is getting very depressing. Being in this house is getting to be too fucking much. It's sapping out my energy. And I'm not really happy with the amount of black that is coming off of this fucking brush. Ingy. Ingy. Yes, I say words like a child sometimes because it's fun to. Sue me. I brought my bong, right? Yes, I do. I don't have anything to wipe this off of. Well, that's why we have black socks. Ugh. Hang on a second. I gotta get my shin out so I can use my shin as a cleaning palette. Wait, what? Are you any further forward about selling it? I know it always takes a long time. Oh, about selling it? Yeah. Ugh, it's complicated because the estate isn't even settled. So I mean, I think technically he can sell it before the estate is settled, but he just doesn't want to. It settles next month though, so it should be fine. Um, there's also the fact that like winter is the worst time of year to buy or sell a house, and we're very much looking to downsize. I'm trying to, well, no, I didn't even try to convince, I didn't even have to convince him. But we're pretty much gonna try and look for like a mini home, like a trailer. Not like one that you tow in the back of your car, but like trailer park trailers. I grew up in a trailer, so fucking I know them inside and out, and I'm totally okay with them. And it's just really the two of us and two cats. We don't need that much space. We don't need a 3-story fucking house. The problem is is the only trailer homes that are for sale right now are in my old trailer park that I grew up in, and I really don't want to live on the same street as my parents currently live on. I ain't interested in moving to Woodbine Trailer Park. Oh, this is gonna look so different because one's gonna be so much darker than the other. Oh, I gotta start over. I mean, I don't think will you guys be able to tell? Oh yeah, you can totally tell. Is it snow there? Yes, Bon, we have snow. Summer's ideal. Yeah, spring and summer are usually the best times to sell a house. Because it's just that's when people are really that's when people are more interested in the hassle of moving. Like moving in the winter where there's snow and ice and like the roads are shit and the weather's shit. Nobody wants to do that, and I get that. Like I don't even want to do it. Oh yeah, no guys, I could like currently the trailer right next to my parents' trailer is for sale. Hey Wendy, what's up? I'm pretty much here because Wendy jumped to the server and was like, "Dear Courtney, please stream again, thank you." And I was like, "Actually, you know what? That's probably a good idea." But yeah, I mean, I could live right next door to my parents if I wanted to. Thing is, I just don't fucking want to. And of course, it's gonna be the boyfriend's house, so it's where he wants to live. There's just also a lot that has to go into it, and like we have to find a place to move into and buy before we can really consider selling this place, because like we have to have somewhere to go. Oh, sorry. That was gross. I went to go turn away from the mic and the mic came with me. Yeah, they're matching. Okay. And then there's just all the joys of fucking home ownership. Like, we had a problem with the fucking furnace and had to get a guy come in to do that. And in the fucking midst of that, found out there's issues with the fucking hot water tank and it's gotta be moved and that's gonna be a couple hundred fucking dollars. And then there was a plumbing problem and it's just one thing on top of the other. And then there's just, for me, there's the weird disconnect of it all, because, like, while I am involved in it, like, at the end of the day, it's not my house, it's not my money, like, it's their money, it's the surviving kid's money, it's my boyfriend's and his sister's. It's their money, it's their house. I'm just along for the ride, pretty much. Oh, God, I am not sleeping great. You can see the bags under my eyes. I'm looking old. So there's a weird disconnect for me where it's like I'm trying to be involved, but at the same time it's like none of this is mine. I'm just like the Peanuts gallery going, what about this? When at the end of the day, it's like my name's not on anything. Like I'm not jealous of, but I really feel for my boyfriend because there's just so much. It's so stressful. And like it's one thing if the man had like went out and decided I'm gonna buy a house and be responsible for all this. No, 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 no. His mother dropped dead and this just all fell into his lap. It's not fun. Oh God, spine issues, lovely. And on top of all that, there's like the prospect of moving literally means like packing up his mother's entire life into boxes and like selling or trashing or figuring out how to keep all of it. And it's just it's a real weird emotion, like emotionally weird thing to literally pack up a person's entire life into a number of boxes. Advil's your friend right now? Yeah, the boyfriend's got that going on too. He had to get a tooth pulled the other day. That's the other thing, like everything on top of the house, and he goes and has to get a tooth pulled. And that's not cheap. Found a really good dentist though. So he says. I mean, I didn't go with him, but inevitably when I get uh my 3 grand, I'm gonna go get my teeth done. At the very least, I'm gonna get my wisdom teeth taken out, but it's like 250 a tooth, so that's gonna cost me $1,000 right there. But it's fine. If I can walk into a dentist and literally drop $3,000 to fix my entire teeth, I will do that in a heartbeat. I don't care. My teeth are fucking wrecked. Hard to prepare for something like that, to be frank. Yeah, I mean, you literally can't prepare for someone just out of the blue dropping dead of a stroke one day. Like, nobody can prepare for that. And the problem, a good portion of the problem is that she didn't prepare, so then he was left scrambling to pick up the pieces. And like a whole lot of it was just like figuring out shit that he didn't even know and realizing that certain impressions he was left under were not actually true. And yeah, Jesus, man, you just never expect it. Yeah, yeah, it was. And the strange thing, the even weirder thing is that the women in her family live into their like 90s. Like her mother just died a year or two ago, and the woman was like almost 100. And and Yvonne went, she's 60, 68. She wasn't even 70 years old. Like we really thought that like we were gonna have to like stay, we were gonna be in this house for like at least a decade and like have to convert the living room into like basically a live-in apartment when she couldn't make it up the stairs anymore. Not like 4 years into her literally buying this house. Yeah, it was not fun in the slightest. I'm very glad that I don't have to give a shit when my parents die. Hi, Bella! You came in at a weird melancholy time because I'm talking about the death of my mother-in-law. She's not really my mother-in-law because we're not married, but it's just what I called her because that was just the easiest way to describe the relationship. I need my packing brush. Covered in, no, you got pink on you. On you. Of course you have black on you. That was a very bad sound clip to have potentially happened. Oh well. Say la vie. I don't know where any of my regular makeup brushes are. Like, what is going on here? Also, hello, Bella. I already said that, but saying it again. I'm also pretty sure I left my good mascara downstairs. I'm so planned for this. I'm so prepared. You got yellow on you. That'll go good with the orange. That'll make it brighter. We're also going to get some of that powder off. How's life been otherwise? I mean, quiet for the most part. Uneventful, which is how I wanted it to be, really, other than the sad pandaness. Um, the boyfriend got into Path of Exile 2. It's really funny, actually. We were watching a video talking about Elon Musk and the Path of Exile stuff that he's all involved with, and it literally, like, it entertained him so much that he went and got the game. I mean, it's his type of game anyway. That's not the right packing brush. That's too small. That's what she said. Your friend crocheted you a Gengar for Christmas? That's amazing. Wait, what? It's a quote from Twilight. Oh, yeah. Bella, where have you been, Loca? This one's slightly bigger. I really should have put primer on my eyeballs. Okay, we're just gonna go in with the finger. It's pathetic with Elon. Well, it's really funny because, like, it's just really obvious that the man doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Like, I'm bad at video games, and I'm pretty sure I could do a better job at Path of Exile than he did. Like, what the actual fuck? And then he went and, like, died and permadeath killed the character, which is just so funny because there's somebody out there who actually put work into that build to make it like Elon Musk proof, and then come to find out it's not Elon Musk proof. Like that's gotta hurt, man. That has gotta hurt. All that work. I also like I think Elon Musk is an absolute fucking tool bag. Like he can suck all the dicks in the world. Does Elon ever know what he's doing? No. No, he doesn't, because he's a little privileged rich white boy pretending to be human. And I'm not saying that in the sense of like he's a lizard people or a lizard people or anything. Not like reptilian kind of shit, but just like you're just so out of touch because of daddy's fucking apartheid money. And that's another thing I just will not let go of is daddy's apartheid money. And like the man just basically exists off of, hey, look at somebody else's work that I took. And what's even worse is that fucking Trump is now I'm Canadian, but at the same time this is still going to affect Canada, and it also just makes me afraid for Americans. At the same time, Trump is giving him his own privatized branch of government. Like that's terrifying. You have that's like J.K. Rowling getting her own branch of government. That's so absolutely horrifying for like trans people, that like his kid that exists. And like this company branch of government that he's getting is basically giving him the power to audit the fucking government and change things. So like the first thing that he's going to go for is trans people. Yeah, it's terrifying. Like the very first thing that man is going to do is he's going to target his daughter and be like, "You're going to go back to being my son. Legally, I'm going to make it happen." Because he's got a teeny tiny little dick and a fragile little fucking ego, and he can't pick kids' names to fucking save his life. Like, I'm sorry, I'm definitely gonna trust the kid, to tell me if they're a boy or a girl over someone who names their child Roman numerals. I personally believe Elon Musk should never have been allowed to procreate. Just because that man don't need to be in charge of minors. Or he at least should have lost his parental custody and parental rights, because fuck you, dude. Fucking Amber Heard without a fucking. He looks like a male version of Amber Heard, and I can't get over it. Excuse me. Especially given the fact that they had a threesome. Amber Heard, Grimes, and Elon Musk. And it just, every time I think about it, which is far too much to be quite honest, I can't help but think, like, is that like having sex with themselves for the two of them? Like when Elon Musk and Amber Heard fuck, do they just like basically see themselves fucking themselves? Is that what happens? Because I'm willing to bet that's what happens. What? What, Mark? You didn't know that Amber Heard, Grimes, and so I really don't remember Grimes' first name. Amber Heard, Grimes, and Elon Musk had a threesome. Yeah, they were in a weird like thruple kind of situation shortly around the time she left. That Johnny and her broke up because Amber's a big old fucking slut who was fucking everybody. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a slut, being a hoe. You can fuck whoever you want. Just don't do it when you're in a fucking relationship. That's just common fucking courtesy. I don't even know what to say. Does Grimes what? Has to have custody? I'm pretty sure Grimes still has custody of the kids because I like as weird as I've heard Grimes is, nothing tops Elon. Nothing ever tops Elon. Oh yeah, Elon Musk even had a stint where he was cosplaying on Twitter as his like 3-year-old son, talking about going to clubs and bars and talking about titties and sex. And it was, and everyone was like, Elon, we know this is you. And he's like, no, no, I don't know what you're talking about. What? No, what? And like the profile name was like under his kids, his like 3-year-old son's name. And it's like, dude, what is fucking wrong with you? Does Grimes remember her first name? But who would want to top Elon? Apparently Amber Heard. But again, I'm convinced it's because they look the same. Like Amber Heard looks like Elon Musk in a wig, and Elon Musk looks like Amber Heard if you were to shave her head. They have the exact same face, and it weirds me out. Plus, Elon's a draft dodger at the same time. Like, you draft dodging pussy. The only reason you are in America is because you are a draft dodging pussy. So, like, fuck off. I don't got, like, a whole shitload of respect for, like, the military, but if you were draft dodging pussy, and the only reason that you were successfully draft dodging pussy is because daddy had money, and daddy made that money off of the backs of a lot of black African slaves. So, like, things aren't stocking up good in your favor, Elon. You came over to America on someone else's dime, probably by someone else's idea to have you fucking draft dodge. You made most of your own fucking fame off of somebody else's company, and then a whole bunch of others. Like, now you're on social media playing somebody else's character on Path of Exile. Like, why is your entire life as like one of the most prominent, richest white men, affluent, privileged people in the fucking world? Why is like your entire goal to like cosplay as somebody else? Anybody but yourself. Like, Elon Musk even knows how shitty and boring of a person he is that he's constantly trying to be somebody else. It's fucking hilarious. With my pigtails, thank you. Something, something, every conservative accusation, something, something, confessions. I mean, I didn't mean to get political with this, because God knows I am not political. I tend to shy away from politics because, like, God, I hate that shit. It's just meant for infighting. Also, he may or may not be a Nazi. More importantly, his daddy was a big member of apartheid. So, like, Nazi or not, you're already racist as shit and you already stem from basically eugenics thinking ass people anyway. You don't even need to be a Nazi if you're a fucking member of apartheid. Or you stem from members of apartheid and continue to benefit from the bullshit that happened during apartheid. I mean, this shit affects Canada too. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Fucking Elon Musk's daddy owns diamond mines that were mined by like apartheid slaves. The dude was like prominently pro-apartheid and put a lot of money into the fucking government that supported apartheid in South Africa. He shipped Elon over to the fucking States so that Elon wouldn't have to participate in the draft, which is mandatory in South Africa. I'm not sure if it is anymore. Um, don't quote me on that. That might have changed, but I don't think it has. But there was a time, it might still be this time, where like everybody who turns, especially men, every man who turns 18, every boy I should say who turns 18 has to join the military for a certain amount of years. Well, guess what? Elon hit that age and daddy shipped him off to another country. Yeah, it's gross. And anybody who sits there and like sucks his dick and is like, "Oh my God, he's such a philanthropist. Oh my God, he cares about people. He just wants to help. He wants to make the world a better place." Shut down daddy's minds. Put your money where your mouth is and shut down daddy's minds. You want to make the world a better place, start where you came from and shut down those minds. Do something to fix the segregation, the racism, the systemic racism, the rampant fucking slaughter of people that your father basically supported by supporting that government movement that was based in fucking racism and eugenics and fucking white power and Nazi bullshit. Until then, I don't believe nothing, except you just a piece of shit and a draft dodging pussy. And I could probably beat you in a fight. Isn't this the same guy who can't attract a woman for the life of him without his money? Have you seen him? Do you blame any woman for not wanting to do that unless they're compensated fairly? I'm pretty sure Grimes could write off sex with Elon Musk as a charitable donation on her taxes. Just saying. Really wish there's more standards to becoming president, right? Like I know there's no law against it. Like this was like all discussed and debated and found out and shit when Trump started running again, but it really feels like there should be laws that prevent convicted felons from running for president. You can be a bastard son of a whore, that's fine. Just don't be a convicted criminal. Although, depending on which kind of crime ring we're talking about, they may have better budgeting skills. Random topic shift, because I'm just doing my makeup and shooting the shit with you guys, really. Um, I read somewhere online, like the funniest fucking thing the other day. Somebody started this conspiracy theory, and I say started because it's the first time I've seen it. It's probably been around for a while. I don't care. This is the first I've heard of it. A conspiracy theory that Hollywood, at this point, is just money laundering. Because who the fuck is going to theaters? And like big box office, but just theater movies now at this point is just money laundering. And it just, I don't care if it's actually true. That's my headcanon because it's more fun. Oh, Mark. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. I fucked myself over on this makeup. I didn't put anything down on my eyes, like to make them slightly tacky so that the powder would stick. So now this powder just doesn't really want to work for me. I mean, it's not like horribly patchy, but it's kind of patchy, and I don't like it. You guys probably can't see, but I can right here with the mirror in my face, so it bothers me. It feels like there are still theaters, right? Purple Spy, Purple Spy. They canned David Lynch's final movie, and you're really upset. Who's David Lynch again? That name's really familiar, but I'm kind of losing who it is in my head. When's the last time I even watched a movie? Goddamn. Last time I was in theater, I think was when Joker came out, like the first one. I don't think I've been in a theater since then. And then lately, all the movies that I watch, they're older movies because the boyfriend wants to show me something. Like, you've seen this movie, right? I'm like, no. He's like, what? We're gonna watch it right now. And I'm like, okay. And then we do. He showed me I Am Legend like ages ago, and it was really funny because I do have like as much as I have all the spoopy things in here, as you guys can tell from all the horns, the stuff with horns, I love unicorns. I'm a little obsessed with unicorns, more so than cows even, but with a cow I'm just branded to now. It's fine. I'm okay with it. I like cows. Cows are cool. But I love unicorns. I have a shitload of unicorns. Um, and so he goes to show me I Am Legend, or not I Am Legend. He goes to show me Legend with like Tim Curry and Tiny Tom Cruise, thinking that I'm going to be all for the unicorns and like, oh my god, no, don't kill the unicorns. I love unicorns. Unicorns are special. Blah, 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 blah. And then I see Tim Curry dressed up as Darkness, and I'm like, I'll kill it. I'll kill the unicorn. I'll kill the unicorn. Who indoctrinated me? But I'm sitting there, I'm like, fuck it, let's kill it right now. Demon Daddy, hell yes. And but the boyfriend's just sitting there like, I was not expecting that turn of events. Like really did not expect me to be so for killing the unicorn. I was like, excuse me, it's Tim Curry as a demon lord. Of course I'm killing the unicorn. Every time we watch a video with like anything about aliens or like found alien footage and like they're really tall, I'm just like, a, a piece, a piece. Oh, that line, we're all animals, my lady. Huh, that killed me. Fucking killed me. And I mean, the dress he gives her is gorgeous. I honestly don't know how he expected anything else from me at this point. He's not accepted my monster fucking tendencies, okay? Oh, shit, sorry. Well, he's accepted it. He doesn't understand it. He's old. He's an old man. In his day and age, people just kept that shit to themselves. Or so he thought. His day and age is also pretty close to the original Beauty and the Beast, too, and that's when everyone found out that a lot of people are monster fuckers. Listen, when the day comes that the aliens like finally touch down and they're like, "Hey, we gonna take over your planet," I'm either gonna be some sort of animal, like a pet, like my cat is to me, or some sort of sex object. And I don't care. Y'all can judge me. I am getting off this planet and living in the lap of luxury any way possible. As soon as it's available. I don't care what the aliens look like. What else can I ramble on about? What else can I prattle on about? I don't know, Baldur's Gate, I guess. What? You can tell me you beat someone up with a roll of toilet paper and I believe you. Uh, no. Wait, have I? No. I probably could. I don't know. I mean, listen, I have actually been in very few fights in my life, mostly because I know how to pick my battles, and I ain't interested in getting my ass beat. And the easiest way to win a fight is to not fucking be in it. You guys learn anything about fighting from me, let it be that. The easiest way to not be to win a fight is to not be in the fight. And if you're afraid to get hit, don't be starting fights. Don't be mouthing off. Like, it's really funny. I find there's a lot of people online nowadays where they very clearly have not fucked around and found out because just everyone doesn't seem keen on doing that these days. Like, when I was younger, you mouthed off to the wrong person, they would punch you in the face. You'd be fighting after school or within 3 minutes. Like, you'd get smacked. Something would happen to you. You would face consequences to the actions of your words. And like, I know a lot of that was labeled as bullying, but at the same time, it taught people things like boundaries, how to pick your battles, how to assess a threat, how to assess your own skills, know your limit and play within it kind of shit, you know? Like, you don't win fights. Like, again, you shouldn't be in fights. It's not great to be in fights. It's kind of a last ditch like thing. Like, you should avoid the fight at all costs. But when it comes down to the fight, you don't win it by fighting someone who could very clearly beat your ass. You gonna meet a podcast? That's cool. That's why like most like martial arts and anything to do with like boxing or anything to do with like self like protection, like to protect yourself. What is that word? That phrase that I cannot think of right now? Self-defense. There we go. That's the word. Anything for self-defense, any sort of course or teaching that you could go to for self-defense. Um, the very first thing that they're going to teach you is always going to be de-escalation. I was too close and actually got punched in the face. Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing. You got to be aware of your surroundings in a fight at all times. Um, and it's hard to do that with adrenaline if you're not used to it. But the thing is, with most martial arts or anything self-defense, the very first thing that they're going to teach you and what they're going to like harp in on all the time is de-escalation. Well, don't start none, won't be, and none is good at it. Yeah, exactly. Um, there's also the fact that like there's a lot of people who really think that they can get in a fight and claim self-defense afterwards. That's not the case, right? There's a lot of parameters to self-defense. Now, self-defense is different than stand your ground laws. Stand your ground laws are typically American. Canada doesn't have stand your ground laws. But stand your ground laws are pretty clear cut, and it's just like X, Y, and Z. Self-defense is a little bit more complicated because there's a lot of different parameters. For instance, I can't walk up to somebody like I couldn't if I saw Lily in public, okay? I couldn't walk up to her and swing on her. Okay, that's just assault. Obvious, but I'm starting at the beginning. We're working our way down. I also can't walk up to her and get in her face and start mouthing off, expecting well, I can. Like, it's still technically harassment, but like, in terms of self-defense, I can't go and do that and like push her like emotionally and pick at her verbally until she swings on me and then call self-defense when I swing back. Because at that point I've enticed her into that fight. That means I have entrapped her. I'm basically guilty of entrapment at that point. I have basically coerced her into committing a crime so that I was justified in committing my own crime. Like, that's not how self-defense works. Can't do that. Right? You can't go mouth off and start a fight with somebody and antagonize them into swinging on you just to be like, well, they swung first and it's self-defense, because you literally coerced them into swinging. And that makes it entrapment. Um, you can't, like, you have to match force when it comes to self-defense. Like, if somebody's swinging on me with their fists, I can't pick up a steel fucking rod and just start beating them over the head with it unless they're like 4 times my size. Typically, like, the rule of thumb in self-defense is you match weapons. If they're using their fists, you can use your fists. If they're using a blade, you can use a blade. If they're using a gun, you could use a gun. If they're using, you know, you match weapons. Typically, you're fine. Um, there's also a difference between self-defense and justifiable homicide. Justifiable homicide sort of falls in the reign of self-defense, except you basically have to prove that you had very real reason to fear that your life, to think that fear for your life if the threat wasn't neutralized by death. So you have to be able to very carefully prove that, like, unless I killed this person, I was going to die. I have a friend that thinks he can get in a fight with somebody with even a knife or a gun. He's very aggressive. That's cocky. That means he ain't been in enough fights and he hasn't had his ass beat. Um, Now, I haven't had my ass beat, so I'm a little cocky. Go figure. Who'da thunk? No way. But I'm cocky for a reason. I'm cocky because I've been through a few things. And I've seen enough things. Like, if you know what you're doing, you can win a fight, like, with you being unarmed against somebody with a knife or a gun, if you know what you're doing. But that's where self-defense classes typically come in for most people. Like, nobody's really born on this earth knowing how to disarm an assailant. Um, but knowing certain things can give you an advantage in a fight like that. Like, um, if someone has a knife or like a bat or like a weapon, like a solid weapon that's not a ranged weapon, they need space to be able to hit you with that, like to get the right contact. Like if someone's swinging a bat or even a knife at you, a blade, they need space for that. So if you get in really close, they don't have the space to get as full of an impact as they would if you didn't get in close. Now a knife's a little different because they can still stab and whatnot, but like just in terms of like a blunt weapon, if you get in close, they can't exactly get you at a proper angle or arc of swing where it's going to do as much damage. Um, Slightly similar with a gun. A gun is only useful if somebody can pull the trigger, and even then, it's only useful if they can hit you. More often than not, when people get shot with a gun in an altercation, it's because they're wrestling with the gun in close contact with each other, and then it goes off. Because most people who have a gun and are shooting at you on the street, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're typically bad shots. They shoot like stormtroopers. Most of them, like, probably have never fired that gun in their life. Fucking kickbacks going all over the place. That's why people catch stray bullets all the time in street shootings, is because these dumbasses don't know how to fire. They don't know how to shoot. And that's why people catch, like, innocent people catch strays. And like, that knowledge can, like, it's not necessarily going to save your life, but it technically can, because if you can accurately judge at a quick glance whether or not this person even has the balls to shoot and whether or not they have the physical capacity to shoot properly, that assessment can give you a slight advantage. Now, there's a big difference between, like, theory and practical application. I can sit here and say this till I'm blue in the face, but there's a difference between saying it and doing it. And I've never dealt with. Have I been at gunpoint? I mean, twice. I've been at gunpoint, but I didn't do anything stupid. I didn't fucking try and disarm nobody. Well, one of them was a fucking cop, so of course I wasn't going to. But I got held at gunpoint. I got robbed once working at Timmy's. I didn't get robbed. The Timmy's got robbed. Where's my lighter? Did I not bring my lighter? Fuck. I have to go downstairs and get my lighter. God damn it. Anyway, I'll finish the story first. But yeah, I was at a Tim Hortons working night shift, and some guy came in and fucking. It was, how do I describe this? It was literally like a movie. He just came in and he pulled it out of his pocket and he pointed it at me. He's like, "Open the drawer." He's like, "Give me everything you got." And I'm just like, "Okay, bet." First of all, my training is, I've been told by management and training to just be like, give them the money. Don't do nothing stupid. The money is insured. To pay insurance for you getting shot costs us more, so please don't get shot. Don't get hurt. How's the bongo doing? Bongo? Oh, the Batman? I found it! And, yeah, so fucking, I wasn't dying for Tim Hortons fucking profit margins. Of course I gave him the money. I opened the fucking cash register. I gave him everything. I gave him the money that was underneath the tray. I'm like, do you want me to get the drive-through? It's right over there. Like, it's probably got more in it because we got more drive-through fucking customers tonight than we do, inside. And like, I think I caught the guy off guard with how compliant I was, because I don't think he was expecting that. I think he was anticipating a struggle, because he kind of froze a little bit, went, uh, well, yeah. And I'm like, okay, cool. Just like, I'm just gonna go over here and hit the same buttons and open it up and grab the stuff that's underneath too. And I'm like, fuck. Oh, the bong. The bong is, the bong's been mean to me, actually. And cause like, yeah, like I said, fucking, first of all, I ain't dying for Tim Hortons profit margin. Second of all, Tim Hortons doesn't want me dying for their profit margin. They tell you when they train you. So yeah, I'm not doing nothing fucking stupid. I mean, I called the cops afterwards and gave a description of the guy, and like we had security footage, but that's about it. And then, the second time was a cop because my dumbass was drunk in public while I was homeless. It was so funny. This is this is why you don't get in with the wrong crowd, folks. No, I went and followed these two people that I'd been fucking drinking with because they took the bottle and they're like, "We're gonna go car hopping," and I'm like, "Okay, I just want the booze." So I followed the bottle. I pretty much just held the bottle there, sitting there drinking just in public in Montreal while these guys are trying to break into cars, unsuccessfully, mind you. And we round a corner, and there's like I think four cop cars show up with like two cops out of each car, so there's like at least eight cops and maybe more. I don't know. I was drunk. I just saw a lot of lights. They came up real aggressive. Um, Fucking turns out one of the guys that was with us had a warrant. Um, it was real fun, and the one of the female cops comes over to me because typically that's how they do it in Montreal. You're pretty much always dealt with by a female cop if you're female. Their typical cop pairings are male female, just so like they always have a female in a situation they need a female in for like policy reasons. So the female cop starts like coming over. She comes over to talk to me and everything's fine, right? She's like, the situation was tense, clearly, for like reasons I didn't know. I was drunk and oblivious. So she was a little on edge and shit. And then she asked me if I had anything in my pockets. And I didn't even think. Didn't think at all. Too drunk to think. I went, I don't know, let's see. And I stuck my hands in my pockets. And as soon as I did that, I froze because I knew what I had done. And then when I look up, she's there like this. I'm not sure if it was a taser or a gun because I was too drunk and it was dark. And I just stood there with my hands in my pockets and I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so dumb. I'm drunk. I didn't even think about what I just did there. There's just a lighter and my smokes and some tissues in my pocket. Is it okay if I like take them out real slow? Like, I was stone cold sober in that fucking instant. All of a sudden I'm just like, oh, I'm a big fucking fat idiot. Poor cop. I'm just like, oh, let's see. For all she knew, I had a knife or a gun or something in my pocket. I don't even remember if she yelled anything at me. I just remember just the sudden realization hitting me of like, you're gonna get shot if you're not fucking careful, you absolute dumbass. It was cool. It was chill. She let me take my hands out. We had a good little laugh. She put or whatever it was that she had out. Again, I don't know if it was a taser or a gun. She may have said something, but I don't remember. And I couldn't see what it was. I just assumed gun because that's where my head went at the time. I was like, I'm gonna get shot. I'm a fucking idiot. And that's basically what I said to the cop. I'm like, I am so stupid. My makeup isn't done, just so you know. I don't intend to just look like I smeared Donald Trump's tanner all over my eyes. The day death tapped Courtney on the shoulder. That's happened a few times, to be honest. You love my outfit, thank you. I'm fighting with this collar. I just cut it, so it's still arguing with me. He chicken out of a fight with Mark Zuckerberg. I'm sorry if the coughing is like destroying your guys' ears. It's the weed, it's killing me. I'm pretty sure death's been on my tail for a good long time. Bitch can't have me yet. Everything's shaking. I don't even remember Mark Zuckerberg like challenging him to a fight. But at the same time, that's like all Elon ever does. He just says shit and then he goes, no, I didn't. It's like, but dude, you did. Probably said he was gonna be there for the draft too. Oh, don't get me started back on Elon. I prefer Richard Branson if we're gonna talk about millionaires. Holy shit, I got a cough again. I'm getting old. I might have to give up the bong. Sometimes I wish I could still bake. That shit was fun. Then again, it's cheaper when I don't. Baking is expensive. That's the only thing that keeps me from doing it. A lot more than I do. I gotta get data back on my phone. Because I keep thinking it'll be a good idea to live stream me going and painting my mug. Just because, I don't know, I think it'd be fun. You guys can see where I do the mug painting, and I mean, I sit there for fucking hours. I'm usually listening to something, but oh, that'd be so fun too, because I'd absolutely look like a lunatic to everybody, just talking like this to my phone, but like have a green screen so that you guys can't see anybody but me. I don't have data for that right now, though. I'm poor. Sort of. I mean, I'm alright. I get by. I live check to check. It is what it is. YouTube helps, to be quite honest. YouTube pays for the cats, which I fucking love that. Which is all thanks to you guys. Thank you so much. I've been to worse streams. I mean, I think I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. Oh my god. I've done better streams, that's for sure. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I haven't eaten nothing today. I probably should, but that takes effort. I don't want to do effort. I also found out that I think most of my resting bitch face is due to my eyebrows. I took a little too much off of this one, because I waxed the unibrow, and you guys can probably see. Oh, hang on, I just got eyeshadow on the top of my head. That sucked. But yeah, they're a little uneven in the middle because I took a little bit too much off of this one. But I found out the closer they go into the middle of my the unibrow, the pissier I look. I promise I am gonna eat. I'm gonna the boyfriend's ordering pizza later. I just I'm lazy. I don't take care of myself. It's not good, but at the same time, it is what it is. I'll live, you know. Do I want to put black on this, or do I just want to leave it orange? You think you added up the hours of my streams all together once? Oh my god. That's a lot. I've got like 52 live streams. Oh yeah. I've been working on my Andy and Lele video. I said I was gonna get it done at the end of like last week, and very clearly I didn't. Making videos is hard. Well, okay, it's not hard, it's time consuming. I've got like 48 videos, or 48 minutes of audio to get through, and that's like cleaning the audio, fixing up, cutting out my stumbles, and then I've got to throw in the assets that like pertain to what I'm talking about so you guys even know what I'm talking about. And then I've got to do the puppet work on top of it. And then there's background music and like any text that needs to go on or stickers or effects or whatnot. And I think I've maybe got 5 minutes out of 48 minutes of audio actually asset-edited completely. Mothman or the Crusher? It is Batman. The Dark Knight. I just cut the collar off of it. Love the art style of Toke House. So do I. Bye, Bella. But yeah. So it's taking me a while to get through it. Because I'm like, I sit down and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get this video done, and then I start going through it and I'm cutting up the audio, I'm putting in the puppets, and I'm like, I don't have half of the assets that I fucking need for this bitch, Jesus Christ. And then I've got to decide between what's going to be a video asset and what's a picture asset. It's so, like, real YouTubers make this shit look easy. You're doing great, probably. I mean, I'm proud of what I got done so far. I'm just particular. And then I went and half stymied myself. Like, I got a good 3 minutes done, and then I'm like, oh, I need to go and change a bunch of shit because now I'm just not happy. Apparently, the next chapter really shows how insane Andrew is. In searching for assets for the video, I actually stumbled across this forum, and I think the post that I was looking at, like, I have a link to it. The post is like it was made around the time the game came out, so it's a year or two. It's like a year old now at this point. Maybe two. I don't know. How old is Tocal at this point? I think it's just a year. Yeah, it's just a year. So it was made around the time the game came out, but it's such an in-depth introspection into exactly how fucking psycho Andrew is and the parts that really clearly show it, and I love it so much. I'm gonna link it in my video when I do it because I really want to reach out to the person who posted it and be like, hey, can I make this audio for a video and give you all the credit? Because holy shit, more people need to hear this perspective. Batman. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Entertain yourselves. I'm back. I hath returned. Oh no. Oh, I got a new blanket. Ugh, hang on. It's stuck under my butt. Ugh. Is it the right way up? Yeah, this is the right way up. I got a new blanket. Can you guys see? Oh, hang on. You can't see. You can't see who it is. You gotta be able to see who it is. I got a tally blanket. He's got a bong. Isn't he great? He's even he's even got a little weed leaf up in the top. I got it from Spencer's. I love it. Wanna get high? Don't forget to bring a towel. Peanut is neither pea nor nut. Well, I mean, technically it is a pea. It is a legume. Peas are a legume. Weed towel. You don't know who Towley is? Towley's from South Park. I just dated myself right there. Why are you a mirrored thing? Throws me off. I don't know which side I'm touching in my head. Hey, hello, what's up? What's going on? What's good with Gucci? We're just hanging out. I'd rather be in a room alone with Ashley, to be honest. Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Ashley, like, neither of them are good people. Okay. Yeah, Andrew's the incest freak, but Ashley is also just psycho. Like, the girl is broken. She, like, very clearly does not view incest the way a normal person would view incest. Like, she very clearly, like, sees it as a tool. Like, if that's what she needs to do to control Andrew, then she will, but she's not too super keen on it, which itself is not a healthy mindset to have about incest. Like, no, it shouldn't be an option. It should not be considered for any means. Whereas Andrew's just like full out, just down bad for his own sister, and it's fucked up. And tangentially, I think maybe his mother, but that's just a whole can of worms that I have not fully dissected in my own brain. So in other words, Ashley enables it. Well, they both enable each other. That's the thing. Like, both Graves siblings enables each other's bad behavior. Like, they both abuse each other in their own right. They both enable each other's abuse of each other. Like, they're both shitty people. But it's also, a lot of it is to do with the fact that they were both abandoned, like, emotionally and for the most part physically by their mother and tangentially their father during their childhood. I go into it in my video. Like, the abandonment is like, abandonment in general is the driving force of the entire game. Like, for both Andrew and Ashley, fear of abandonment drives their entire purpose in, like, the game before it starts, in, like, the pre-game events, and during the game. For Andrew, it's, like, Andrew was parentified by Renee Graves, who's the matriarch of the Graves family. And through that parentification, his self-worth became tied completely to Ashley, what she was doing, when she was doing it, how she was doing it, how he's, fuck, I lost my train of thought there. I just read chat, lost my train of thought. You know, how if he's able to keep her in line, that he's able to keep her in line. You know, he's able, as long as he's able to keep her happy and quiet and out of his mother's way, that's the only way he has worth. So, like, her failures become his failures. Her victories become his victories. You know, he has to, in his mind, he has to watch her every single move and micromanage it because they are an extension of him, thanks to their mother really only seeing Andrew's worth being in controlling Ashley. Do you want to be on my stream and talk about, wow, I totes forgot. What? Do I want to be on your stream and talk about what? Probably. What kind of bark did you eat? Talk about Andy and Lele. Oh, I got lost. I got the lost train of thought. Nice. Yeah, I for sure. I'd talk about that fucking game to the cows come home. I couldn't even think of a saying there for a minute. My brain's not braining. Oh no, it's perfectly fine if you're not versed in the game. That's like a good portion of like the beginning of my video touches on that, is like most people, what they know of it comes from like bad faith actors and, you know, uh, uh, in my opinion, incorrect conversations about it online. Because thanks to people like Poppy and my sister, you know, people think that Ashley is the one who's down bad for Andrew, and Andrew's just this perpetual fucking victim, when in reality, it's kind of the other way. Well, no, it's not the other way around. Neither of them are like strictly the victim. There is no one victim and one abuser. And even if there were, the abuser would be Renee Graves, not Ashley or Andrew. Like Andrew and Ashley would be the victims of Renee. Because if she had raised her fucking children properly, or at all, and didn't emotionally abandon them and mentally and physically neglect them the way she did, they wouldn't have turned out the way they did. It has a lot to do with like the Andrew only seeing his own worth in the scope of like through Ashley. And in the same sense, because Renee had abandoned both children the way she did, and she even like admits to it in the game too. Like this isn't even speculation. She just flat out admits to Andrew, "Yeah, I know. I basically made you raise Ashley. Sorry, my bad. It was easier, It was easier for me." So she knows what she's doing too. And in doing that, like not only did Andrew start seeing Ashley as like his only means of self-worth, because Ashley's own mother wanted basically nothing to do with her from such a young age, she basically started seeing as herself as like only real in terms of Andrew's eyes. If that makes sense? Like she only mattered if Andrew was paying attention to her because she's Andrew was the only one she mattered to. She may have realized that a lot of that had to do with the neglect and like the pushing of their mother, which leads credence to her saying like stupid shit to convince Andrew to do things like, "Mom said you'd help me with anything." Are you gonna play part 3? Oh, I am. Yeah. I'm kind of interested in part 3, like specifically because the game developer's changing. I mean, Nemelli is still writing the game and doing like the graphics, but there's a new developer taking control of like actually posting it shit online because Nemelli just doesn't want anything to do with the internet anymore. Chainsaw Lollipop hairstyle, thank you. I just ruined this eyeshadow. Like 100%. I can salvage it. I can fix it. It's okay. We'll fix it. But like, yeah, so Ashley knew her mother wanted nothing to do with her. Her mother made it very clear to both of her children that Ashley was a nuisance, an inconvenience. And that very like it's really easy to see how that just led to Ashley not even like there's certain parts of the game where she even says that she doesn't even consider herself human. Like she's literally parts of her psyche suggest that she doesn't even consider herself a person unless Andrew is paying attention to her, choosing her over someone else, like validating her existence. And like, don't get me wrong, this isn't right for any kid, either of those kids to have gone through. Parentification is abuse, full stop. No kid is on this earth to subsidize your lack of a second parent, or take over your role as a parent, or to help fill in as a parent, or to be a third parent to your other children. Like, no child is on this earth to parent anybody. And making them do so is abuse. Have you seen the Coffin of Andy and Renee mod? Oh God. Getting your hair dyed for the first time next week. Ooh, what are you doing? Like, what color are you going from and what color are you going to? Because that would be very pertinent to any tips I could give. No, I have not seen that mod, and I probably don't want to. I'm probably not going to look at any of the mods for that game, because y'all know they're going to be horrendous. They're going to be fucking, like, they're going to be the IMO and mod for Baldur's Gate 2 all over again. And we all know Lily's going to love that. The mom had Andrew at 15. Oh, dear God. Whoever docks the dev is a shit person. Yeah. That's the thing, like, and the problem was, like, the dev is Numelli, by the way, that's their screen name. And they got, like, so much shit for people just not understanding the fucking game. Oh, you're peddling pro-incest shit. Except for the fact that, like, so the incest dream, this bugs me so much. Um, Even taking apart, like, even taking out the fact that it's a hypothetical dream sequence, right? We're led to believe that it's potentially a vision of the future because these clairvoyant dreams have shown us the future before, right? So the game kind of sets you up a little bit to be like, is this a vision? Or is this a fucked up dream? And I can understand that. I can completely understand that because of the parameters that the game sets up before you get there. But if you're paying attention, and you don't even have to pay attention too hard at some of these points. Um, During that dream sequence, okay, Andrew and Ashley go to sleep on the parents' bed. And when they fall asleep, Ashley's on the right side of the bed, and Andrew's on the left side of the bed. Go to sleep, you get through the dream sequence level, and you come to the doors where you get the option. First of all, you have to solve the puzzles in a specific, the last puzzle in a specific way to get, like, the subsequent door to unlock, alright? If you solve the puzzle to have the Andrew doll choose the girlfriend instead of Ashley, then the right door unlocks. Sorry, for you guys, that'd be this side. The right door unlocks. The right door, sort of lining up with the right side of the bed that Ashley was on, sort of leading to the idea that the right door is Ashley's dream. That is Ashley's vision. That is what's meant to be shown to Ashley for Ashley. If you solve the puzzle so that the Andrew doll chooses Ashley over the girlfriend, you get the left door that unlocks. Like the left side of the bed that Andrew is laying on, sort of suggesting that this dream pertains directly to Andrew. This was something to be shown for Andrew. This is something, like, directly tied to him. First of all, because you don't even see any incest until Andrew's touching the fucking talisman. Second of all, the door lines up with the side of the bed that he's lying on. And if we go one step further, the cult activity in the game is just very general anti-Christian occult. You've got demons, devils. It's pretty general. It's not very specific. Sort of pushing to the idea that it's kind of like the anti-Christian side of the occult, as opposed to like anything that's like not specifically Christian based or anti-Christian based. And in Christian mythology and belief, the right is generally associated with the hand of God, and the left is generally associated with the hand of the devil and sin and the wrong choice and the wrong path, and literally everything about bad is the left and everything about good is the right. Take that into the dreams. You've got the left side. Sorry, it's left would be over here for you guys. You've got the left side being the path of the devil, and the side that Andrew was on the bed gives you an incest dream. But the right side, the side of good, guys use that in heavy quotations because we're just going off of very general Christian, anti-Christian themes here. The right side being the correct path and the correct option where Ashley is, you get a dream, you talk to the demon. You have a conversation with the demon. So, if we make the right decision and follow Ashley's path, we have a conversation with the demon. If we make the wrong decision, and the game even stops you before you open that door by saying, this feels like it's the wrong decision to make, like this is the wrong path to go down, then you get incest. How much is a dream and how much is it wish fulfillment and making the future be the dream? Well, I mean, that would technically, even in the way the game's set up, that would be up to player decision, really. But the way the game frames it entirely is that the dream is directly tied to Andrew, So it's either something that came from him or was meant for him, is tied to the left side of the bed that he's laying on. And the left side in general, in terms of occult and Christianity, meaning the path of the devil and the wrong choice. The game itself telling you it's the wrong choice. Like, it's pretty clear that the incest is directly tied to Andrew. And you go a step further, one more step further. When you wake up after the dream sequence, when you wake up, Ashley's there perturbed. I wouldn't say she's outright disgusted. She's definitely not interested. She's got a look of, what did I just see written on her face? And then there's an inner dialogue of her basically saying, it's not what she wants, but if it'll give her power over Andrew, she'll consider it. Which is not a healthy mindset to have, first of all. Then we pan to Andrew, who is covering his face, blushing like a motherfucker, wide-eyed, staring away like doing anything but look at Ashley, looking like he got caught with his poke porn under the shed in the yard after seeing a dream about him and his sister fucking. This man has the gall to look embarrassed, like he got caught with something he wasn't supposed to be caught with. And his the very first thing that he says, we aren't gonna end up like that, are we, Ashley? That made my stomach drop. That line made my stomach drop so fucking quick. Because, first of all, why do you need to ask? Okay? Why do you need to ask? Why do you need to ask her? Second of all, I know why you need to ask, because you've already made up your mind. You've already decided that, yes, you want to fuck your sister. And you asking her if you're gonna end up like that means the only thing that is stopping you in this very moment is her fucking consent. So, Andrew, you clearly already decided that you were gunning for fucking your sister, and all you are waiting for is her to say yes. What? We're not gonna end up like that, are we? As if he's got no choice in the matter. As if Ashley is the deciding factor on whether or not he sticks his dick in his sister. And dude, that means you've already decided to do it. That means if she doesn't say no, you will fucking do it. And if she's asleep, she can't say no, so, I mean... Just saying. Hard to say no when you're unconscious. I would know. But yeah, you wake up from that dream, and Andrew is laying there, covering his mouth, like he got caught with his pokey porn under the fucking shed. Like he got caught, Ashley caught him with his Gardevoir porn spread fucking eagle. And why would that be your expression? If you want to play the mod thoughts, I'm reading the plot. What would even be the plot? It's the coffin of Andy and Lele. Just put Renee there instead of Andy, or instead of Lele. Honestly, you got same shit, different game. You get same game, different day, to be quite honest. I don't think it's a coincidence that the only characters with ponytails are Renee and Ashley. And Ashley actually has a habit of wearing 2 ponytails. Renee has a habit of wearing 1 ponytail. And Andrew asked his girlfriend to wear her hair in a ponytail. And I really don't think that's because he wanted her to look like Ashley. I really think that's because he wanted her to look like Renee. Even when you kidnap them in the basement, when you get down there, if Andrew stays instead of Ashley, like the mom just flat out asks. She's just like, "Are you fucking her? Or is she fucking you?" Something like that. I can't remember the exact phrasing of the word, but it's literally just, "Are you two fucking?" Like, ma'am, those are your children you are talking about, and you just so casually just go, "Oh, are you fucking her?" Why did that drop out of your mouth so casually? Like you were talking to a boyfriend or something. Like, Renee Graves gives such boy mom vibes while being neglectful of her boy at the same time. It's insane. And Andrew with his very clear mommy issues because mommy didn't pay attention to me unless I was raising her daughter. Um, I really think he's just as down bad for his mother as he is for his sister. I think he's more down bad for his mother than he is his sister. But the only person he's been able to enact any of that on is his sister. Now, some of you might be sitting there going, "Courtney, are you talking about Lily or Andrew?" Oh, Mark, you just gifted another 5. And you know what? We should make that a drinking game. We should just make that a game on the channel. Am I talking about Lily or am I talking about Andrew? Because, yeah, I don't know, I've had people ask me before, like, if I ever thought, like, if I ever got the inkling that Lily was into her mother. And while I haven't, that doesn't mean it's not necessarily true. It doesn't mean it's not a possibility just because I haven't picked up on it. And like, to a certain extent, I look a lot like our mother, and I have for a long time. I've been told since I was little that I look like my mother. So, if that's Lily's weird way of like trying to fuck her mother by raping her sister in her sleep, I don't know. I also wouldn't exactly be that surprised. I think he'd die. Is this a fucked up anime or something? What? No, no, we're talking about the Coffin of Andy and Lele, which is a game. Going from super duper light blonde. Oh shit. Where'd I go? Ah, am I scrolling? Joined a few minutes ago and you look amazing. Well, thank you, Anonymous. You like Sarnio? Yes, I do. Caro is my favorite. I die for Caro. I love that show so much. Do, 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 do. Trying to see where Alyssa was talking about her hair. Super duper light blonde to pinky and blue. Oh, that's like a balayage. That's gonna be so cute. I don't dress up very often, so like I did today. I also didn't realize my mic was on the mattress. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. Wait, what? What about transphobia? What did I see about transphobia? Sorry, I'm reading chat. I'm trying to catch up. Ooh, meth, look at me, busy as a bee. Where did I get all this energy? It's meth. Ooh, meth. Listen, Mark, don't activate my vocal stems. How often do I dye mine? It depends on my money. It depends on how much money I have and how much bleach I have currently in the house. Um, because like obviously like I buy my bleach like at Sally Beauty, so I get a lot of bleach powder at once. So I can bleach my hair multiple times off of like one purchase of bleach because there's a lot of bleach, obviously, and I'm not going to use it all at once. Um, so it all depends on how much bleach I have available to me and how much other hair dye I have, if I have it, or if I have the money to get it. I keep the trick that I have to not need to dye my hair as often is I just don't wash it very frequently so that the color doesn't fade for a good while. Because for the most part, washing is where most of your fading is going to come from. So I will go as long as possible between washes, especially if my dye is fresh because I want it to last. Seems like decent trans people catch strays who don't do that bad shit, to be honest. Well, yeah, um, I'm not saying this like it's okay, but yeah, people catch strays. It is a thing that happens. There are shitty people in the world who generalize. That is always going to be a shitty part of society. Um, that's probably about all I can say on that. Ooh, did I go too far? Yeah, it's fine. We'll fix it. I'll figure it out. Probably, maybe. I don't know. I got micellar water downstairs. I can clean it up. Cover my own light. Shit. Ah, what's happening? Oh, we just had a whole discussion about Andy and Lele. My friend said if you mix dye into conditioner, it can brighten your color up a little. Does that actually work? Yeah, if you put hair dye, especially just color depositing hair dye, like Manic Panic, I use Eero, Arctic Fox, like anything that's just straight dye with no developer in it. If you put that into, you can even put it in your shampoo and your conditioner, it turns it into a color depositing shampoo and conditioner. Which is another trick I do, but I usually do that when I have an all-over hair color. Right now, I've just got like the fringe that's orange. Like, girl, that the hint no one cares about your sister, Monica. I've seen Essence of Thought's latest video responding to their critics. They got mad someone called part of their videos bad, but didn't respond to the criticisms at all. Okay, so Ethel is Etheling. That sounds right. It's kind of funny that the two videos I saw criticizing Lily were from Just a Robot and Star Giant Productions, two people who got canceled, one more severe than the other. Yeah, well, it's not really a strange phenomenon that like other predators, like shitty people will call out other shitty people to like as a sort of like watch this hand, don't watch this hand, like I'm not a bad person, I'm calling out the bad person. Um, there's never that's never been really that new, to be honest. People are going to use other people as a shield. I don't know. I tend to find it like a bit of a red flag sometimes. Well, no. To be honest, I always consider it a red flag when somebody labels themselves as an internet, sorry, words. When somebody labels themselves an online predator hunter. Like, I'm gonna be the one to take down these predators and do something about it and save all the victims. And it's like, dude, why? Because you are one? Like, I'm sorry, but like, how is it that you find these people so fucking quickly when the cops can't? Because you are one? And that's always the fucking case. And yeah, someone's gonna be like, oh, are you talking about Lyle Convoy? Well, if the shoe fucking fits. So Ethel didn't learn shit. I mean, she shut the fuck up and slithered back into her little fucking swamp. I told her to go the fuck away and find something else to talk about. You know what she did? She went the fuck away and found something else to talk about. The thing about Ethel is she's all bark and no bite because she thinks she's this big YouTuber that like I have weight to throw around and I can bully people that are smaller creators because I'm a trans woman who has a platform. And it's like, okay, boo, go off. But no. In reality, yeah, you scared Vangelina Scobb, but you're not actually that scary, Ethel. You're just a loudmouth. And a monotone one at that. And I'm sorry, but when you're yelling at me starts to sound like the adults from Charlie Brown, you start losing your effectiveness. I know words. It's fine. Rob's gonna be off the convo soon, but was groomed into being into map groups as a teen, and it's easier to find them than you think. Not fun though, scary. I mean, it's like I do get that, but there's also just I don't know. I just find it too convenient sometimes. And I mean, like they always turn around and get fucking outed as weirdos themselves. So like, love it. We love it. We love this for society. It makes us so happy. Meanwhile, people like don't seem to realize that you're actually helping the predators by doing that shit. Like, there's a reason why I'm not banging down Lily's fucking door with a camera going, why were you, Skyping with an 11-year-old? Because that doesn't help the cops. It makes it harder for them to fucking prosecute when they do find shit. Even if, like, and that's if they fucking decide to do something, which they never do. Which is why I love when people come to me, they're like, well, why don't you go to the cops about your sister? What makes you think I haven't? First of all, because nothing's been done. That doesn't mean I haven't gone to the cops. That means the cops ain't doing shit. Did you report Lily? I'm gonna assume chat's not caught up with the video yet, because I literally just said I did. Multiple times, through multiple avenues. And guess what? The cops don't fucking care. Oh, well, thank you, Rue. And the reason why they don't care is not because they don't care about kids or anything. I've heard, like, I know people say that and, like, oh, the cops don't really care. First of all, they have their own policies that they have to follow, which sucks, but it is the truth. And, most of them that, like, take the reports that I am trying to fucking file, they didn't write those policies, so it's not their fault. And can't take it out on them. Um, fucking lost my train of thought there. Like, they're also limited in what they can do legally, right? Like, things have to be pretty lined up pretty fucking well. Like, it's not just as simple as me going, oh, look at all this online stuff and like, these Discord messages I have of like this person saying that like they were like 11 and Lily had been like, and this 30-year-old had been like inappropriately messaging them for like 7 years. And it doesn't mean shit unless I have legal names and addresses and these people like willing to come forward and actually like say something to them, to the cops themselves. And I can't push somebody to do that. God, no. Especially not someone who's been groomed. I can't even like suggest that. That's gonna be someone's choice completely of their own. I can't influence that in the slightest. I'd feel so fucking horrible. Like, I'm not going to sit here and ask somebody who's come to me saying, yeah, your sister did this to me, to be like, oh, are you willing to go to the cops? Because, like, first of all, they're fucking people. They're not just evidence. And, like, treating people like they're just evidence is just disgusting. And, if that's not something that somebody would ever consider doing, then, me pushing them to do that may be harmful to their healing process. Like, yeah, as much as it might help get something done about my sister, it also might not. And then I've interrupted somebody's healing for like what? Literally nothing. And like I'm not going to be the one who I'm not going to be the one who pushes somebody like that. I'm just really not. Also do your makeup channel. Bye, Alyssa. Have a good shower. You gonna continue your second makeup channel? I should. Hi, Georgia. Didn't do anything else because this person clearly didn't do anything wrong. Oh God, that's. Ugh. I fucking hate that line of logic. It's not even logic. It's fucking bullshit. All right, see you later, Max Dragonwolf. Have a good one. Like, oh, the cops didn't do anything because clearly nothing was done wrong. Yeah, that's why there's unsolved murders, right? That's why OJ got away with it, right? Because he clearly didn't do anything wrong. Fuck off. Doesn't help the policymakers are still old decrepit bastards who've been around since before the internet, so they still think the internet's dial up and there really couldn't be a danger with that, could there? Not to mention half of them are ordering their fucking sex toys, I mean children off the internet. I mean, oops, what? I'm a cynical nihilist though, okay? So like don't listen to me. Form your own opinions. I am a bitter, bitter bitch. To make up better than Lily. Well, a lot of people. I think a drunk monkey could do makeup better than Lily. Lily doesn't practice. We live in a cruel, cruel world where nobody cares about your problems. It's sad, but it's true. Can I clean this up with primer? I might be able to clean this up with primer. We're gonna have an experiment. Wish me luck. Lily's makeup tutorials are just her doing skin infections, trying to put makeup on. No, see, if Lily ever did a makeup tutorial, she'd have to show you guys that she's white as a motherfucker, and like you would be able to see the stark contrast of that fucking oh, that did not work. Of that foundation line. Like when she put the first like pump of foundation on her face, you'd be like, "Oh, girl, that's not your color." I have my micellar water downstairs, but I don't want to go get it. Ah! That was my I almost messed up noise. Hair. I can't see. This is not the most professional way to do your makeup, but when am I ever professional? My makeup tool, a trowel. Oh, I think Lily's primary makeup tool is like very similar to Donald Trump is a Cheeto. Bitch, trust me, you ain't that orange. We are white with a peachy undertone because we're white. You got Baldur's Gate? Oh my god, yes. She's not washing her face. Like girls, I'm gonna face mask, right? Also, like change your put a pillowcase on your pillow and change it regularly. You'd be amazed. I want to talk. I'd like break out like a motherfucker. But see, there's also the fact that like you don't have to wear foundation. It is not a requirement. And what most people don't seem to realize when they do wear foundation is foundation is supposed to be the start. Like, you're not just supposed to put foundation on and then like your eye makeup and then go. Because you've literally taken all the like dimension and shape out of your face with foundation by making everything one smooth color. And nobody, like, people just don't look like that. So you're gonna look fucking weird if you just put on foundation, you don't put on any fucking bronzer or blush to like add and highlight to add high points and low points to your face, like your face naturally has. So yeah, sorry Lily, but when you're just gonna slap one fucking shade of too dark on your face and just go, and you're gonna stop it here and not blend it down, yeah, it's gonna be real easy to tell. Do, 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 do. Gonna bang the large bear man. Okay, I will warn you now, Cosmic Persephone, you don't get to bang Halsin, who's the large bear man, until, excuse me, the end of Act 2. Okay, so you go a long time with Bearman in your point of view, and you don't get to do much with him. It's very frustrating. 31, never learned how to put on foundation. Honestly, props to people who are good at it. Well, see, the thing is, not every, like, you don't need to wear foundation. Like, most, even the people who wear it, like, if you want to wear foundation because that's what you want to do, like, you do you, boo, absolutely. Have fun with the paint on your face. It's fun. Um, but, like, you don't need to. I don't wear foundation. My skin is shit to begin with. I don't need to be putting foundation on to make it worse and clogging my pores. I don't wear foundation. I just do my eyes, sometimes my lips, and I also throw things. Um, yeah, I just do my eye makeup, and that's all I ever really do. Maybe sometimes I'll put on a little bit of blush. Maybe sometimes I'll put on a little bit of bronzer, but I don't put on foundation. You can also, you don't have to use liquid foundation. You can use powder. When I do wear foundation, I wear powder. I don't wear liquid foundation because, again, I got shitty skin. It does sound frustrating. I guess I gotta bone the vampire twink and leave in the Labrador tiefling in the meantime. That's the other thing. You don't get to do much with Karlak either because you can't touch her. Spoilers for anyone who doesn't want spoilers, but in terms of Baldur's Gate 3 romancing, um, Shadowheart, Astarion, is that it? Yeah, Shadowheart and Astarion are the only two main companions that you can have a relationship with and have a relationship with Halsin. They're the only two that do polyamory, okay? Gale, Will, Karlak, I think Minthara, I'm not sure, I haven't romanced her. Lae'zel, they're all monogamous, so you can only have one. Um, Halsin's polyamorous, obviously, but whereas Shadowheart and Astarion will let you date Halsin and it's fine, you can't date Shadowheart and Astarion. You can only have one main companion as your romance partner at a time. What else is there? What else is there to know? Karlak, you can't do too much like physically with the romance until about Act 3 or partway through Act 2 when you can actually like touch her because of her internal engine. Um, Halsin, you can't do anything with until what am I talking about? Baldur's Gate 3 romances. Uh, uh, Halsin, you can't do anything until the end of Act 2, the start of Act 3. Who else is there? What else is the important things? I think each character has like 2 sex scenes that you get out of them, but that's about it. So just don't be expecting like repeated sex scenes. So if you want a specific scene, look up how to get it before getting it, to be quite honest. I heard you can use fireproofing items to bang Karlak, is that right? Or, yeah, a Stanlaw tiefling, literally. You can, but I think, like, you guys get to hug. I don't think you get to bang at that point. I think you can use, like if you throw water on her to extinguish her for a minute, you guys can hug or kiss or something. You do get to bang her later because in Act 2, you get to fix you get to fix her internal engine a little bit so that she can at least have contact with people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And all of the characters are canonically pansexual, just because you can make your character whatever it is, and it doesn't matter. They're into that. Um, I am obsessed with Baldur's Gate 3, to be quite honest. Someone said, should I play it? If you already have it, absolutely. But I'm not about to sit here and tell someone to go spend $80 on a game because it's an expensive fucking game. Sims, yes. This is why I'm making a tiefling. You would think that would do it, but it doesn't. It doesn't matter if you have fire resistance as a tiefling. It doesn't count in that part unless they've patched it. I might have to look that up because if they patched it, then it's different. But initially, the fire resistance as a tiefling had like it didn't matter because I always play as a tiefling. Um, my honor mode run, I'm gonna have to start my Gith monk build just because I think that's the only chance I'm gonna have a hope. Trying honor mode. I also just really want to try a Gith monk build. Kind of look like Katya from certain angles. Oh, thank you. Do you mean Katya, the drag queen? Oh, what is her full name? Katya Petrova. But your dad just calls me mommy or something. You know who I mean. I mean the drag queen. I fucking love her. I absolutely take that as a compliment. Could do an ASMR paladin. I've never played a paladin. See, most people do paladins. Like paladin is the most picked class apparently. I've although it was on sale. Oh, nice. What's the most you'd recommend someone spend for Baldur's Gate if the game goes on sale? I mean, I'd personally wait until it was half off unless you could talk someone else into buying it for you. I was lucky enough that somebody gifted me the game, okay? The only reason I have it, oh, I gotta turn on my overhead light soon. The only reason I have it is because somebody gifted it to me. Okay, it was like 89, like 88 bucks when I got it, when it was gifted to me. And like, I literally saw the price and I'm like, oh, I'll never have that game. Um, it depends on what your budget is, but I love Katya. Katya Petrova sounds Slavic. Yeah, her character's Russian. What is it? But your dad just calls me. What is? Oh, this is gonna kill me. I gotta look up her theme song now. Oh, but your dad just calls me. But your dad just calls me Katya. Okay, I love her. She's great. But your dad just calls me Katya. My dad calls you what? No, it's not me, Bon. Oh God, no. I'm quoting a drag queen song. I picked a druid. I always go for a ranger, to be quite honest. I don't know what it is. You give me a game that has a ranger class, I'm picking a ranger. I'll have to shower. Have a good shower. Um, I don't know why. It's usually the animal companion, but then I never end up summoning it because I'm like, I don't want you to die in battle. It makes me sad. Honor mode's gonna be different because just that's just built different. Oh, we're getting dark here. I love her wheezing whenever Trixie says something out of pocket. Between her wheezing and Trixie's bird noises, oh my God, I just want to sit in a room and watch them talk. I mean, that's basically what their YouTube is, but I want to be there in person, you know? Me and Katya would get high. And then Bob would destroy my makeup. Doing a warlock for your first playthrough? Nice. Thanks to whoever gifted us a membership. That's Mark 8 Treebark. Hello, Ghost Kitty! All of my playthroughs of Baldur's Gate, I have done a Tiefling Ranger, and I've done like 6 run-throughs, I think, at this point now. I have done like 6 full playthroughs of this game, and every single time it's a Tiefling Ranger. I, Ooh. I hope I get a new outfit soon. The fit's not it. Oh, you mean it in Baldur's Gate? You can absolutely, so Larian's done a lot of work on it. You can absolutely, go into the mod manager, which should be like in the main menu, and you can get, what is it, basket full of equipment. You can get different mods. But you can get clothing mods that don't like impact the game at all. And the only mods that I use a horn mod for the tieflings so that my horns look different and they have like accessories. And I use the clothing mod because I just like the clothes better. Because honestly, you'll be in Act 3 before you find anything half decent clothing wise. So just go get a clothing mod. It's much more fun. And then if you want, you can get the dye mods too. I've used the mod manager. Oh, I don't know if the PlayStation 5 has them all though. That's true. PC Master Race, but you have that one. Hooray. There's usually a lot. Like there's a lot of different mods now because a couple of patches ago, Larry opened up the mod manager for like so people can just make mods and post them. The only thing you got to watch out for is if the game I think there's like two more patches coming out before they're done. But when patches come out, until the mods have been updated, usually the mods won't work on the game. So this is headphones with my mic on it. This is a necklace. Okay, but the PS5 went on sale for Black Friday. I mean, that's fair. I'd buy one too. I use my boyfriend's computer. I just, listen. I'm just lucky, okay? I'm just lucky. My boyfriend had a computer that would run the game. Somebody gifted me the game, and when he's either asleep or not at home, I get to play my game. I'm just very, very lucky, and that's why I wait on that man hand and foot, and I spoil him because he spoils me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any games to play. Like, it is what it is. There's no computer. I only have the laptop because he wouldn't let me stream on his computer. So I'm like, fine, instead of buying boots, I'm gonna go buy a laptop to stream on. I actually had to for the fucking conversation with Poppy. That live stream. Mm. But yeah, you won't get decent clothes in the game. Is it heavy? No, not really. You won't get decent clothes in the game until like Act 3. So I suggest getting a clothing mod, and any of the mods that have black in their name, or any of the dyes that have black in their name, they're not very black. So if you want like a true black, you're probably gonna have to download a dye mod as well, which I do because they're fun. Also, Cosmic Persephone, take your time. There's gonna be parts of you that it's gonna want to just be like, all right, let's get to Act 2, let's get to Act 3, because that's where the storyline's gonna progress. The side quests, whereas they are optional, they add a lot to the storyline, so do them. Gross. They're just like, there's still parts of the story, like added bits to the story that I still haven't seen, because I just haven't found them yet. I'm obsessed with that game, though. Gross. Not the microwave. Use the one on the counter, not the one above the oven. It's broken. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. With this fucking house, everything's breaking. The stove. Excuse me, not the stove, but the oven's broken. Fucking microwave door's broken. I'm coughing. Courtney's doing a weed. Guys, it's killing me. I'm dying. One second. I gotta use the bathroom and turn on the light. Not in that order. God said, let there be light. And there was. And now it's to my presence. Ooh, that's warm. No, don't fall. Snake. Take the skeleton plushie. No! Don't take my shit. My shit. Sit up a little more. No. A little structure to you. Maybe not. Okay. Be that way then. Alright. Oh, this little skeleton guy. Why is all my stuff falling? What happened? This one's my favorite. Because it goes from happy, dangy. Quick, let's steal things. Doing one whole marijuana. That's right. I'm doing a weed, guys, and it's killing me. Mind you, I can't tell anymore if Lily would be happy or sad about that, because she keeps contradicting herself. You know, I love my sister, I'd give her a lung, and then if she freezes to death outside in the fall, that's the happiest news I've gotten all month. Pick one. Oh. Mood changing plushie, yes. I used to keep my pills in him. Can a weed kill you? Technically, no. No, actually, technically, no. Weed's never killed anyone ever. The camera's so shaky. Yeah, that's because you guys are like on the bed and on because I'm sitting on a bed right now and you guys are on a tray table that's on the bed, so it's shaky when I move. Dang. Listen, I don't know. I set this up on a whim. I didn't think this was going to go this far. I didn't plan this far ahead. And now at this point, it doesn't seem there seems no point in changing any of it because like we're gonna be moving inevitably, and then like I'm actually going to have a space set up. In fact, when we move, might end up with a computer because the boyfriend's gonna get a new computer, and I'm probably gonna get his. But there's nothing wrong with his. Like it works perfectly. Like it's a beast. It's the beast we call it. It works just fine, but it's 10 years old. It's over 10 years old, so. Changes mood as fast as Lily changes her story. But yeah, he's going to be upgrading, so I'm going to be getting his. Because it still works. Ugh, liquid liner. Be nice to me. Be kind. I don't have it in me to fix you if you're not kind to me, liquid liner. Of course, there's a feckin' hair on you. Thought you meant the stream. Oh. No, I meant the liner. Because, God, I haven't put liquid eyeliner. I haven't put liquid eyeliner on in a dog's age. And this stuff is not kind. It is not forgiving. There is a very, very tiny margin of error when it comes to liquid liner. I mean, there's benefits to it. Like, it's a lot easier, and I've said this in one of my, in like the, did I say this in a video or did I say, yeah, I think I said this in one of the makeup videos that I made. There's benefits to it. Like, you don't have to apply as hard, you don't have to be as hard, like, hard's not the right word. You don't have to be as heavy-handed with the application as opposed to like pencil liner to get the opacity that you're going for. Like to actually get a solid black line is a lot easier with a liquid liner than it is with a pencil liner because you have to do fewer passes. You have to start over in Baldur's Gate, or is all that staying when he gives you the computer? Oh no, that's all saved into the cloud, actually. Like he can uninstall Baldur's Gate from his computer and reinstall it at a later date, and all my save files are still there because that's all cloud and Steam storage. Um, the only thing is I can only play Baldur's Gate when he's not on his computer. Like even if I get my own computer, because the game is on his Steam account, and I can only and like he does share his Steam library with me, but I can only use it when he's not using it. And pretty much if he's home and has downtime and is on his computer, he's going to be using Steam. There's like a game or two that he plays where he's not using Steam. But if he's in the house and on his computer, I'm not going to be using his library because it's his library. He shouldn't have to like ask me if I'm done with a game to be able to use his Steam library, you know? Sorry, I gotta go quiet for the fucking wing. It started drying on me. Thank you, Nolbert, and hello. I try to be pretty respectful of my boyfriend's shit, because it's his and it's not mine. And he's had it for a lot longer than he's had me. So if I didn't help get the damn thing, I ain't got no claim to the damn thing. She has Steam Deck, maybe? God, that'd be cool. Well, that didn't fucking work. I didn't place my eyeliner wing right. You can see that, it looks fine, but as soon as I drop it, it looks stupid. Goddamn. How am I going to fix this? Oh, I know. Moving out soon, any advice for being a good roommate? Just be respectful of shared spaces, and other people's stuff. Try to be able to like learn really quickly how to communicate with your roommate because oh fuck, I just did that. Like a really like so words. One easy way for problems to go from like literally nothing to massive issues is a lack of communication. So if something's bothering you, say something. If you're not sure, ask. And then everything else just basically comes down to the same things as like living at home with your parents. You don't leave a mess for somebody else to clean up. You fucking spray if you stink up the bathroom. Maybe give somebody a heads up if they're heading in after you. You'd be like, oh, hey, you may want to give that a minute. don't be a dick. It's pretty easy to be a good roommate. The hard thing is dealing with shitty roommates. And now that I cannot, I don't really have advice for that because the only way I've ever dealt with shitty roommates is to fight fire with fire. The only way I've ever successfully dealt with a shitty roommate is to become a shitty roommate. And that's not always the best thing. It's also not everybody's cup of tea. But the way I see it is if you're gonna be stupid enough to almost burn down the house because you left a burner on and don't know how to turn the stove off, I'm taking all the knobs with me to the oven when I go to work because I want a house to come home to. I don't room with strangers at all. I mean, that's the goal. Nobody really wants to have roommates most of the time, but economically, it's just never what works out. Make sure your paperwork is all proper and your name is on the fucking lease so ain't nobody screwing you over. Make sure you're paying your bills to your landlord and not like by proxy through your roommates, because all it takes is them screwing you over and your rent's not been paid for 3 months. And you don't find out until the actual landlord's knocking on your door. Also know your rights as a tenant, um, because you'd be surprised how quickly you can get screwed over by not knowing your rights as a tenant. Like, I don't know what it's like in the States, but in Canada, when you're renting, if you don't have your own entrance and exit, your own bathroom, and your own kitchen, then you're not renting an apartment. You're not actually a renter. You are a boarder because you're renting a room and you have far less rights than somebody renting an apartment. Like if you're boarding because you're renting what is essentially a room, then you don't actually have rights to that space. So it means the second the person who owns the place says, I want you out, it doesn't matter what paperwork you've signed, it doesn't matter what rent you've paid. As a boarder with no actual bathroom or apartment of their own, you don't have any rights. You have to leave. So be wary of renting rooms. Again, don't quote me on this, Americans, because I'm not entirely sure. That's just how it works in Canada. But know your rights as a tenant. Know your landlord's rights as a landlord and their responsibilities as a landlord. Self-advocacy is going to be your best friend. It's not easy, but oh, Jesus Christ, Cosmic Persephone, I'm so sorry that happened to you. The only roommate I've ever had. Ghost Kitty, you're a kid. You don't have roommates yet. You are a late child. What classified as roommates when it's the house you grew up in? Briefly in dorms when I dropped out of college, going back now. Got any shitty roommate stories? Yeah, well, like I said, I had one roommate that It happened twice. Like I worked 3 in the morning until, or yeah, I worked 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning until like 6 or 7 in the morning, something like that, was my shift. When I was baking at Panera, I would bake all the bread at night, like early in the morning for that day to be sold. And I went to work. I came home at like 6 in the morning, something like that, and I go to make myself something to eat before I head to my room to get ready for like a nap and shit. And I go into the kitchen and like one of the biggest burners on the stove is glowing bright red and it is all the way on and nobody in the house is conscious. Like they weren't unconscious, they were asleep. But like clearly somebody got fucking drunk the night before and thought they turned it all the way off, but instead turned it all the way on. And like that's what I came home to at like 6 in the morning. So I was less than pleased. So the next night when I went to work, I took all the knobs off the stove and I took them with me. And I left a note, in place of where the knobs should have been that said, you can have the knobs back when you learn, how to not almost burn down the house. Nobody said anything to me. Nobody confronted me. But yeah, it became a thing where like every night for 2 weeks, I would take the knobs of the fucking stove with me to work. And this guy was a new roommate too. Like things were relatively fine in this. Well, I say that, but that's sort of untrue. They were manageable. And then this guy moves in, and this guy's a fucking loon to begin with. What a fucking weirdo, which didn't help. And then he does this kind of shit. And he's like harassing us at all hours of the night. And he's like knocking on my door to like. Now, again, I'm renting a room in this place, okay? It's not like we have apartments, okay? His room is like 4 steps away from mine down the hall. And this guy would ding dong ditch our fucking door. I say our because I was with my ex-husband at the time. But yeah, this dude would ding dong ditch my bedroom door and run away to his. Like, the fuck? Got really, really fucking annoying really quick. Um, Dude had a habit of like being super fucking loud at ridiculous times, and it got to the point where I got so tired of him and his shit. I was like, nah, dude, I'm gonna make you want to move out. Fuck this. So I became the roommate from hell. Um, to the point that I was taking bong water. Probably counts as a crime. Bong water. This stuff's actually pretty clear. You can see through it. But you can see shit floating in there, right? This is nastiness. This is not great. Look at that. Mmm, yum, juicy. So I would take that and put it in his mouthwash and put it in his shampoo and put it in his body wash and spray it all over his door and spill my bong along the carpet of his door when it was closed so that all he would ever fucking smell and taste was bong water. He moved out after not too much longer of that. I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. I think this would be me. I think I should never be a roommate. Yeah, no, I was. Oh yeah, it was. I don't know if he ever noticed. If he did, he never said anything. I think he learned pretty quick. Yeah. I'm not condoning what I did. I'm not saying I was in the right, but it worked. Mind you, like, that was a rooming house of mostly college kids, and it was really fucking annoying. Although it came in handy because one of like we're all weed smokers, so that was fine. One of the kids, and I say kids because they were like in their early 20s. Oh, we're talking about the guy randomly yelling and leaving shit around. Yeah. Oh, he was the fucking worst. He was also legitimately just crazy and should not have been in the public. Like some of this stuff this guy would say was just like, "Are you off your meds? Should I be concerned for my safety?" Not endorsing it, but it was effective. Yeah. And if you ever just want to like passively become a shitty, asparagus makes your pee stink. And nobody can legitimately come after you for like weaponizing asparagus because how crazy are they gonna sound? No, man, you eat asparagus on purpose just so that the bathroom stinks. How crazy would you sound? At the same time, it would work. What was he saying? Oh god, I'm trying to remember. I remember at one point, because like, me and the ex-husband, we would go out in the garage to smoke our bongs, and I was out there with a friend of mine, and it was the summer, so we had the garage door open, and this guy had just moved in, really. We didn't really know too much about him yet, and he was like creeping around the corner of the open garage door, like listening to our conversation or something. Like my friend noticed it to the point where she like said something to me, and I'm just leaned out and I saw him. I'm like, "Yo, dude, what the fuck?" And he comes in and like he looks shocked, like I'd surprised him, and he just comes into the garage and starts going on about like announcing how he used to work with viruses and starts like going into this. I guess he thought this was like intellectual, in-depth breakdown of how a virus works or something. Like literally just not even crazy out there stuff, just where did this even come from? Like what me and this girl sitting here talking about bread because we work at Panera and she trains me and smoking bongs and shooting shit, and you're gonna come in just announcing this and just giving us this pseudo like uh, TED talk into viruses, and like the whole time I got this screwed up look in my face and I'm like, dude, who the fuck are you? And he stops, like he heard what I said, like he registers it, and then he just like starts his whole spiel all over again, like he was like a broken record or something, and I'm like, okay, can you like leave? Like what the fuck? Like I'm so fucking confused. Are you sure the guy wasn't high? No, I I don't think he was high. I literally think he was like schizophrenic or something and not currently on his medication. Like I don't mean this as an insult. I have just seen a lot of schizophrenic, I've witnessed a lot of schizophrenic ramblings. You know that like very particular sort of patter that like a paranoid schizophrenic who isn't medicated will get into? Like when they're like, I don't know if it's because the auditory or the visual hallucinations are going and they're spiraling because of it. I don't know. I'm not paranoid schizophrenic. But it's just for me it's always been like a pretty easy thing to hear. Like I don't know, there's just something in my brain that goes, "Oh, that might be schizophrenia." And I don't mean it as an insult. I mean it just as an observation of like there's something very manic and not quite all there to this rambling, and it just doesn't, it's not making any sense. So I don't think he was high. I just really do think that there may have been a touch of schizophrenia in there that should maybe be looked at. And then he just became an issue, so I was like, no, fuck off. You can be someone else's problem. I was also on Prozac during, I'm not saying this is an excuse. Like, I was a bitch because of my medication. No. I was also on Prozac, and the Prozac was not good for me. To be quite honest, Prozac made my BPD a lot worse. Which in turn just kind of, and like, the problem with my BPD symptoms being worse is my mind space, my headspace and my mindset gets worse. Like, when I wasn't managing or accepting my BPD at all, it was very much, I don't have a problem with the way I am. You have a problem with the way I am. So that's a you problem, not a me problem. I don't think that way anymore. But when my BPD symptoms get really, really bad, then I get back into that headspace pretty quick, pretty easily. And the Prozac was really bad for that. So it's like, I'm perfectly fine with me the way I am. It's you who has a problem, so you should go deal with that. I'm gonna do me. Then again, I get like that when I'm rambling to my mom about a show I'm really hyperfixated on. No, there's a difference between like hyperfixation and like paranoid schizophrenia ramblings. And again, I'm not saying this as an insult to paranoid schizophrenics. Like, I went to school with a kid who had paranoid schizophrenia, and like, that kid just kept to himself. He bothered nobody. He had his quiet ramblings to himself throughout the day. Got picked on by a lot of kids, but he bothered nobody. There's nothing wrong with that kid. Um, it's just, I don't know. It's been easy. It's always been easy for me to spot for me, where it's just like, that is like actual delusion. Do you have a responsible adult around? Like, I don't mean it as an insult. I, I know that in terms of mental illness, paranoid schizophrenics really get the shit into the sick. In terms of their illness, the treatment, and like society's fucking acceptance and non-acceptance of it. Like, to be quite honest, in my opinion, they really get the shit end of the stick. Cause like, those poor bastards are literally being driven crazy by something we can't see and like can't hear, see, smell, touch, or taste to help them with, and like all the help is just pretty much guesswork. And 90% of it is just suppression more than it is anything else. Like, that's just, I can't even imagine. Shadow monsters? What? Randomly knows centrifugal force, despite talking about the shadow monsters. Isn't that awkward from very important people? No, see, this guy just definitely gave there's something going on there vibes. And not in a good way. And then he just pissed me off, so I'm not proud of myself. I was a shitty person on Prozac. Because I basically wasn't managing myself either. Like, it's not just the Prozac's fault, I was also just not doing anything to manage my own symptoms. Thank you. About the makeup. Pretty sure if I wasn't a baby when I started watching My Little Pony, I also wouldn't have rambled to her about the logic and story behind the colorful horse show. Yeah, all kids do that though. Like, that's just kids being kids, to be quite honest, at a certain point. Like, especially when you think about it in terms of like, most of your when you're really little, most of your relationship with your parents, your primary caregivers especially, is like them going, see, here's this thing, and I'm going to explain it to you, and I'm going to teach it to you. So like, kids at a certain age, like when they're really young, it's all monkey see, monkey do, right? So the way they process a lot of the information that they take in outside of their primary caregivers, they'll then turn around and go do the same thing to their primary caregivers that those primary caregivers were doing to them. So they'll go to their parents and be like, see, here's this thing in this show, and I'm going to explain it to you, because like, that's basically how your parents have modeled understanding. Like, when you're that young, you think your parents know everything, so you're going to mimic the way they emulate that knowledge, because that's what you think being smart or being or understanding something is. So it's actually pretty normal for kids to be like, oh, so like this, and then I'm going to tell you all about this, and I'm going to explain friendship to you, and why it's bad to do this. And like, meanwhile, your parents sitting there going, I already know all this, but it's adorable. Not just adorable, but it's also like, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. There's a sense of pride also in like watching the thought process, because like, you, from the adult perspective, you're literally watching a kid learn how to people. So, you watch that kid going from, I need to explain to you how to breathe, and like, I literally need to show you how to make your body work to the point you can poop, and now you're explaining your own thought process and learning process to me. Like, it's a fun dynamic for parents too. So you're trying to little bro your parents. Yes and no. It's not really trying to, like, it's not even most, like, the psychology of kids is not even like a downwards perspective. It's not like, I don't think you know, so I'm going to do this. It's just literally, that's how your parents showed what understanding something was. because they would explain things to you. Like, here's the thing, I'm going to explain it and show you, and we're going to learn it together. And that's basically in a child's brain. They're like, okay, so these are the steps that my parents do because they know things. So if I know things, I need to do these steps to show that I know things. It's it's all really primitive to a certain extent. It's literally monkey see, monkey do, because kids are learning how to people from scratch. I used to try to explain to my parents why when you sweat it's a little itchy sometimes. Kids need the validation and reassurance for the things they've learned and show that they have learned. Yeah, that too. Your mom knows the whole story about Has Been Hotel because I've rambled to her. That's adorable, Ghost Kitty. More so in the sense that your mother sits down and actually listens to you talk about the stuff that you enjoy. I think that's adorable. I, I'm not a huge fan of Has Been and Hell of a Boss, but that's just my personal thing. Um, there's just a certain joy in watching somebody that you love talk about the things that they're interested in, even if you don't know anything about it or you have no interest in it. Um, like my boyfriend's into like super like all kinds of Marvel and DC shit, all the superheroes, a whole bunch of shit I'm not into. There's certain aspects of his video games that he's really into and loves explaining to me that like I literally could not care less about, but I absolutely love listening to him talk about it and watching him be passionate about it because there's just a sense of joy there when it's just like, I love you, and you're being very happy and into something and enjoying yourself, and you're sharing that with me because you want me to be part of that joy, and it's just a great little moment. And like, people get that with their kids too. Probably a lot of parents that just sit there and go, I could not fucking care less about what you're talking to me about, kid. I only care that it's you talking to me about it, and just look how excited you are. Look how happy you are. I felt that recently. Somehow convinced my mom to watch Arcane with me. And that's cool. That's adorable. I mean, like, and it's funny too, because like I have to explain this to my boyfriend a lot as well, because he calls it rambling. Like you also did not Cosmic Persephone. What is it? Ghost Kitty. There we go. You also called it rambling. My boyfriend will call it rambling, and I'm like, you're not rambling. You're talking about something that you're interested and passionate about. That's not rambling. Rambling's when you're talking about nothing, just blah, 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 the weather. Rambling on about the weather. Blah, blah, blah. For me, when someone's info dumping about something they're passionate about, that's not rambling because there's a point to what you're saying, first of all. Um, you can follow the points to what you're saying very fucking clearly, and you're very, very interested in the things that you're saying. Like, it's not rambling. It's literally the farthest thing from it. I love it. I love watching people info dump about shit, because, like, even if I don't care about what you're info dumping about it, I love how excited you are. I just love that you found something you're that into and you want to share it with me. Because, like, I have no idea why we're excited, but I'm just happy to be here. She always gets a glazed look in her eyes when you try to talk to her about movies or something. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, Cosmic Persephone. Well, hang on. Does she like get a glazed look and space out? Because there is a sort of certain thing where like people's eyes will sometimes unfocus when they're focusing on like an auditory stimulus. Like if she's like, there is a chance, like, I can't speak for your mother, but I do this myself. Like if I'm listening intently to my boyfriend info dump about something, my eyes will just unfocus. I'm pretty sure they glaze over, and like I get this look on my face. I think that makes him double like stop and go, sorry, I'm rambling. Because like I stop paying attention to any visual stimulus simply because I'm paying attention to the words that are being said, and I'm like actually trying. I'm also potentially autistic and have ADHD, but I'm not diagnosed. But I'll stop and a lot of people do this too, like both with ADHD, autism, and none of the above. People will just like sort of cancel out one sense in order to focus more on another. Like if you're focusing really hard visually on something, you can like sort of really easily tune out sound. You don't really hear things like you would if you weren't concentrating so hard. It is a phenomenon that happens, and it happens pretty regularly. She's just not really interested. Oh, that sucks. You love this look on me? Thank you, Jaden. I'm actually pretty pleased with how it came out. Thank you. I never get dressed up, and I figured I'd get dressed up today. Because I did what was it? I did the hair, and it just didn't work with the onesie I was wearing. I'm like, this isn't gonna fly. So then I had to put on more clothes. And then I figured I may as well do my makeup. Her one of her buddies like Venture Bros, and I was wide awake yapping. That's adorable. And all I did was eyeshadow and eyeliner. I didn't beat my face to the gods. There's no foundation, there's no contour, there's no blush, nothing, because I don't want to have to wash it off after. You're more fashionable than Lily. Well, okay, to be fair, I have been practicing being a girl longer than Lily has. I'll be nice in that regard. I've been practicing longer than Lily has. So that's like a whole genre of like, I think that's just like poor just trans people in a nutshell. It's like I just 9 times out of 10 it comes down to the fact that I've had more practice, or like when it comes to like the trans dudes and cis dudes, the cis dudes have had longer time practicing. Then again, there's also, trans girls out there who didn't even need the practice, it seems, or they went ham on the practice and they do everything better than I do. Bond. It wasn't a joke. I was being serious. I was just trying to be like respectful. To be frank, Lily does also kind of have bad taste. So not. Yeah, but like, is that because now, this is Lily we're talking about, but I'm also just kind of generalizing here. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of like trans people who think they have bad taste, and it's like, do you have bad taste, or are you stuck in your puberty years? Because the fashion of 13 to 14-year-old cis girls is always questionable as fuck. Because you're 13 and 14 and you're in puberty and you're figuring out your styles and like you're becoming up yourself. You're figuring yourself out. It's things look weird and you convince yourself that things that look good on you that don't look good on you, and nobody has the heart to tell you. And there's a lot of like, especially with girls, trans girl, no, probably guys too. I don't know. I know female attire better. But trans girls a lot of trans girls are stuck in their puberty years, fashion and makeup wise. We should do a stream where you react to videos we find funny. I mean, there is that. I mean, in terms of Lily, she could never be me. And that's her problem because she wants to be me and she just can't because there's only one of me. Besides, the world only needs one of me. There doesn't need to be more me's. Oh, don't worry, Ghost Kitty. I never remember how to spell Michaela's name, so that's why I just call her M. Half the time when I'm typing it, I just call her M because I don't remember how to spell her name properly and I don't want to spell it wrong. Is your cat typing, Georgia? Do you have like a cat that's walking across your keyboard right now? Did you have a stroke? Do you need help? Here, let me help you. Computer, you're not gonna let me do stuff? Fine. Oh, call her Borch. See, I find the Lorch thing to be a little derivative because it makes me think of Lurch from the Addams Family, and like, listen, we love Lurch, we don't love Lily. We're not going to like throw the two in the same category. No. Lurch is a fantastic man and an excellent provider for his family. And Lily is, well, Lily. Lily's more like Igor than she's like Lurch. Then the message is incomplete and with typos. That's fine. I speak with typos, in case you've noticed. Oh god, I trip over my own tongue and just blah, blah. I'm amazing and better than all. I love that. The guy that played Lurch was fine. I think it was yeah, it was unless there's a different purple demon running around. Well, that's the funny thing because purple hair and demon horns is not like is not directly like a side thing, to be quite honest. I mean, Lazy Bedheads had purple hair and demon horns for a long time. A couple other YouTubers I watch have purple hair and demon horns in their fucking PNG, and it's just like people like purple. When do I think I'll finish the video? The Coffin of Annie Lele video? Oh, God, that's a great question. I've got, out of 48 minutes of audio, I have like 5 whole minutes done visually. So once I can, Jesus, the sun went down quick. I just, every time I put a time constraint on myself for that damn video, I end up avoiding it for like a month. A pint of Guinness. Hello, long time no see. How am I doing? I'm good. We are just hanging out. I did some makeups. My eyes look really, really blue with this makeup. Oh, I've impressed myself. Keep getting ads about goat carts. I'm okay with that. I have monetization on, so yeah, there's ads. But like, oh, that's what you meant, Cosmic Persephone. That's literally my Baldur's Gate 3 character. I'm always, my tiefling's always red. Wait, I'm lying. I'm lying as shit. Color's my tiefling. No, my tiefling's purple too. Yeah, I have a purple tiefling with horns. Oh, you want to hear more thoughts on the game? Oh, fuck. Should give you guys a sneak peek of the audio. I got a lot of thoughts on the game. I love it, first of all. I fucking love the game. I just, words. What do I want to talk about first? I am excited to get the video done. I just don't want to rush it because I got some shade thrown a few times at some people. Like, there's a part of my script where I'm talking about bad faith actors who use the game to bolster their own fetishes and proclivities. Can you choose a type of tiefling? Yep, you can. You can be a Mephistopheles tiefling, you can be a Zariel tiefling, or you can be... Shit, what's the third one? Mephistopheles, Zariel, and... Oh, I can't remember! There's 3 different, like, kinds of tieflings you can be. Sorry about the shaking, guys. My feet's going numb because I'm sitting on them. The difference being your resistance and the buffs that you get. Like, basically the only difference being the buffs. I'm always a Mephistopheles tiefling. 1, because I'm a little obsessed with Mephistopheles. 2, because the fire resistance. Actually, I think it's mostly because of the color palette. I want to see the cannibalism. Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, in terms of the cannibalism, it's pretty far and few between. Like, it is a certain component to the game, but it's more of a tool than it is like a straight out component. Because, like, there's, like, so far, in the 2 chapters that are out, there's only 2 instances of cannibalism. Asmodeus, thank you. So, yeah, you can be a Mephistopheles tiefling, a Zariel tiefling, or a Asmodeus tiefling. And yes, I just did say Asmodeus. I've been watching too much CZ's World, and he says Asmodeus instead of Asmodeus in like half of his videos, and it's fucked me up. Oh yeah, I love the art style. It's great. It's like a 2000s emo mall goth aesthetic, and it lives in my heart forever. The art style, I love it. It's so great. But so yeah, the only two instances of cannibalism is at the very beginning of the game, you eat the cultist who died of his own accord. Like you don't even have anything to do with his death. He basically kills himself by accident, and you guys are starving to death. So it's like, well, yeah, you're gonna eat what you're gonna eat. It's, in my opinion, it's so completely excusable. It shouldn't even really count because it's literally a life or death situation, and I'm never going to choose like fault somebody for choosing life. Who's my favorite character? Ashley. But that kind of goes without saying. Don't get me wrong, I don't think she's sympathetic or a good person. The girl's just fucking psycho, okay? But she still is my favorite. Lacey's game's got a good art style. Yeah, those ones are cool. That one's just a fun deep dive, to be honest. Um, the only other time for the cannibalisms come up so far is when you get to the parents' house. So you can choose words. You can choose whether or not you want to sacrifice them as Andrew, but it doesn't matter. Ashley's going to come in and do it anyway. The only difference is like the aftermath scene that you get when you if Andrew chooses to sacrifice them or decides he doesn't want to. Um, and then Ashley makes food out of the parents. So, like, how do I want to say this? Like, at this point in the game, they get to the house, they get to the parents' house. It even, like, it's pointed out if you bother to inspect the cupboards in the fridge, how much food is in the house, how much meat is in the fridge. And, you even make a whole ass meal, as Andrew and Ashley that you eat with the parents that's made from, like, beef, right? So there's no reason to chop up the parents and eat them. There's no life or death situation. You're not starving. There's food available. But each grave sibling individually makes the decision to eat the parents. Ashley, in terms of chopping them up and cooking them, and then Andrew decides to just say okay and eat them. So, like, that's the only other time that cannibalism happens, and it's the one time where it's unexcusable because there's literally no point of it. And in my opinion, it's used to show just how far gone the two siblings are at that point. Like, it's a really pivotal moment simply because there was no fucking reason to. And they just did it anyway. Hear what Lily said about Astarion? She called him an abuser because he doesn't like it when you're a good person to others. He does, though. He's absolutely fine with it. He just really doesn't want to go out of his way for the sake of somebody else unless he's getting like a benefit from it. And like Lily, you're exactly the same way. You literally do not help people unless you are getting something directly out of it and you see it as a chore and something beneath you to offer somebody assistance just out of the kindness of your heart, very much like Astarion does. Okay. We're also talking about a man who, for the last 200 years, has had no control over his own decisions. You're talking about a man who has spent 200 years being compelled by Cazador to do whatever the fuck Cazador wanted, including, like, injuring himself because Cazador wanted him to, and now he finally gets the chance to say yes or no in the most mundane of situations, so he's going to use that power. That's not an abuser. That's a victim trying to reclaim their fucking personhood. What's your opinion on the incest in the game? Um, it's misunderstood, completely misunderstood. First of all, like she was told you can make him a better person. She just responded with, "I don't want him to be a better person." Okay, so like what? Okay, like, all right. Lily's an Astarian simp confirmed. Um, but yeah, in terms of like the incest in Coffin of Andy and Lele, It's my thoughts are on it are that it's completely misunderstood. First of all, a lot of people like just off the hop think the game is pro incest, that it's portraying incest as a good thing or in any sort of positive light, and it fucking isn't. Um, you literally get told by the game narration before you open the door that leads to the incest dream. This feels like the wrong idea, like a bad idea, like it's the wrong path to go down. So literally the game even puts it out there in black and white text. Incest is the wrong path. Pretty simple. They also have the incest door on the left side in the dream, which is, if we're gonna go by the general occult shit, which is typically the antithesis of Christianity, you know, the left side with Christianity often being associated with the wrong path, the path of evil, the path of sin. It's the side of the devil. It's the work of the devil. The devil peers over your left shoulder. That's why you throw salt over your left shoulder. The left is associated with the devil. Coincidentally, like the devil in the wrong path, right? The wrong choices to make. Coincidentally, the incest door is on the left side. And coincidentally, so is Andrew when you're laying on the bed going to sleep for that dream sequence. Um, Second of all, it's pretty clear, if you actually open your eyes when you're playing the game, that Andrew is the incestuous one, okay? Um, Andrew starts crawling into Ashley's bed at night from, we'll say about 10. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head how old they were when they killed Nina, but from about 10 to present day in the game, so over a decade, this guy crawls into his younger sister's bed. Now, initially, the game says it's because he has nightmares so bad that he can't sleep at night unless he's in bed with Ashley. You find out by playing Andrew, if you go back into the apartment and inspect the beds, Andrew says, oh yeah, you totally, and it is dragged out in spelling like that, have the nightmares you claim that send you running to Ashley's bed. And Andrew's face is there with a little smirk. So Andrew's making up the fact that he has nightmares. Maybe he had them as a kid after they killed Nina. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But at some point during his adulthood, he started lying to Ashley, saying that he has nightmares that drive him into her bed at night, when in reality, he just wants to climb into his sister's bed at night. Andrew spends over a decade refusing to go a single night without being up against his sister's body as an adult. What are Ashley's feelings for him? I'll get into that in a second. She's fucked up too, don't get me wrong. Like, neither of them are okay. Neither of them are psychologically well individuals. They are psychologically unwell individuals feeding off of each other's fucked upness, to be quite honest. Like, they're just in a spiral of wrong choices and fucked upness. But Andrew's the incestuous one. Um, Andrew's the one who literally chooses his sister over his girlfriend. He literally doesn't live his life without Ashley being a part of it. You find out that before the events of the game are happening, he had a job, he had, like a girlfriend, he had a life, and it all fell apart because he started picking Ashley over his girlfriend, spending his money on Ashley, spending his time with Ashley, to the point his girlfriend breaks up with him over it. And during one of these instances where his girlfriend is trying to say to him, albeit gently, look, you talk a lot about Ashley. It's Ashley this, Ashley that. You're always ditching me to go run off for Ashley. Like, don't you think, like, it's time for her to get a life of her own? Like, we should have a life of our own? Like, don't you think she's, like, a little too involved with everything? And Andrew responds with, would you tie your hair up in a ponytail for me? And she says, no, you'll just pull on it again, which means he's already asked her to do this before and she's done it before. The only other characters in the game that have ponytails are the other two, are Andrew's two blood female relatives, Renee, his mother, and Ashley, his sister. So, like, Andrew, why are you asking your girlfriend to look more like your blood relatives? What's going on there? And why is this a regular thing? Um, The fact that here's the kicker, which like, and this is in the very beginning of the game, and it surprised me that nobody fucking like caught this because it's so early on in the game. Literally, when the game opens, you are playing as Ashley. You are emaciated, you are faint, you are passing out, you need to find food. You're searching the apartment for food. You find a can of tomatoes in the trash. You go show it to Andrew, and Andrew says, "What the fuck are you doing with that? I hid it in the trash for a reason because I wanted it to hide it from you. I did not want you to eat this. I didn't want you to find this. I don't care that we're starving. I didn't want you to have this food, Ashley. I specifically hid this food from you." And then 5 minutes, maybe 20 minutes later in game, when you're outside on the deck, and Ashley makes this off the wall comment of she should get knocked up by the cultist that lives next door to maybe get them some more food, Andrew throws a shit fit. Absolutely not. Over my dead body. You are not going to fuck somebody else. Freaks the fuck out over the sanctity of her vagina. And someone might sit there and be like, well, no, he's just an older brother that cares about his sister. He doesn't want his sister just randomly getting knocked up by some cultist because, like, what if he's crazy? Then why was he so fine with having her starve? Why was he hiding food specifically from her while they're starving and she's already passed out once? Why is he specifically hiding food from her if he has her best interests at heart? Because he doesn't have her best interests at heart. He cares about the sanctity of her vagina because he views it as his. It should be for him. Tie that back to the incest dream. When we wake up from the incest dream, Andrew's laying there all fucking blushy faced and, hand over his mouth and won't look at Ashley and he's covering his face like, we're not going to end up like that, are we? So the thought of you fucking your sister gets you all blushy and embarrassed and shy, but the idea of your sister fucking somebody that's not you, you literally stamp your foot, throw a tantrum, and say, over my dead body. But you're not the incestuous one, right? You're totally not down bad for your sister, right? Then he keeps talking about right now we are talking about the coffin of Andy and Lele, specifically the incest of it. Then he keeps talking about like how shit's romantic between him and his sister, between him and Ashley. Like they're laying there at one point on the floor and before you get out of the apartment, and they're two 20-year-olds that are stuck in a situation where they're basically starving to death. Suicidal ideation is gonna come. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be pretty fucking normal in that situation. So they're laying there on the floor, like just rambling on in suicidal ideation. Like, Ashley says that she should just nosedive off the balcony, and Andrew says that he should nosedive with her, except it'd be too romantic. And she goes, "What do you mean romantic?" And he goes, "Can't you see it? The two of us mashed up, hitting the ground so hard we get mangled together, and they can never tell us apart, and they have to bury us together for all eternity." Dude, that's your sister. And even Ashley points out, it's kind of weird to use the word romantic to do with your sister. And he's like, no, that's not what I meant. You're the weird one. I meant romantic, not like romance. Bro, what? Excuse me, what? Sir, words have meaning. So, like, he keeps, and this happens at least twice in the game. So, like, he keeps like conflating actions with his sister as romantic. Okay, he's climbing into her bed for literally no reason other than to be in her bed while she is unconscious and not awake. Um, like he leaves the decision of incest up to her when he wakes up from the dream and he says, "We're not going to end up like that, are we?" You had a pretty clear decision on who she was going to fuck when it was the neighbor, but you don't know when it's you? You have to ask if it's you? When she's consenting to fucking the neighbor, you're like, no, absolutely not. But when the prospect of incest is there, you need to ask? That's weird. It's almost as if you've already decided and you're just waiting for her to say yes or no. I mean, romantic does have two meanings. Yeah, but you'd still never use romantic in either sense of the word in regards to family. You just don't, because it's fucking weird. Um, so what was that? That was the she, she can starve and that's fine. We'll hide food from her, but heaven forbid somebody else hit that poontang. Um, which happens twice, by the way. Like they're running out of money afterwards when they're on the run, and Ashley makes a joke about like, oh, I should be a call girl and fucking that'll get us some money. And Andrew freaks out and throws another little tantrum, and he's like, absolutely not. You're not going to become a call girl. You're not being a call girl. What the fuck is wrong with you? And loses his shit to the point even Ashley is to be like, dude, we don't even have a phone. How would I be a fucking call girl? Clearly I wasn't serious. We don't even have a phone. What's wrong with you? And then Andrew has to stop, realize that he went the fuck off because he's an incestuous little fuckhead, and he goes, no, I was thinking about your well-being. How are you going to think about somebody's well-being when you can't even be cognizant of your own situation, that being you don't even have a cell phone? Like, at no point can Andrew, like, legitimately claim, I'm looking out for your best interest, because, dude, you'd get hit by a car with how unperceptive you are. It's ridiculous. And again, the sanctity of his sister's vagina is the important thing to him, is his driving fucking factor in these arguments. I hate him. I hate him so much. Now, I touched on this earlier, but this doesn't explain away the incest, but there is a certain amount of Andrew's headspace and like view of his sister that does fall into the parentification and abandonment of his mother, right? Because Andrew's worth in his mother's eyes was tied to Ashley and his ability to control her. A lot of his self-worth now is tied into controlling Ashley, right? So there is a good chance that when you crash the cultist party and as Andrew and he's standing there watching them fail to summon the demon and he says, well, my Ashley summoned a demon on her first try. There is a chance that my Ashley did it on her first try is her achievements being his achievements as well, right? Because she is a measure of his worth because of the parentification Renee put him through. So, and I want to believe that, but considering he's already shown possessiveness over literally her vagina, it's kind of hard to actually believe that. That it's literally just my Ashley because Ashley's his. Not to mention when they kill when they kill the friend Nina in their childhood, when they find that body and Ashley is pretty like blasé about it. She's not really fazed, whereas Andrew's pretty upset. She just goes, it's fine. If you go to jail, I'll go to jail too. Like, it doesn't matter. We both did it. Andrew has a mini meltdown where he grabs Ashley and screams at her, no, you don't get it. Guys and girls go to different prisons. They're going to take you away from me. And that's like 7 to 10 years old. I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember exactly how old they are. I want to say 10. But like, they're going to take you away from me. And that's what he's upset about. Now, you don't get it. We can't go to prison, not because my life will be ruined, not because we murdered somebody, but because you will get taken from me. Again, a lot of this could have been solved by Renee Graves raising her fucking children, okay? Because if she didn't parentify Andrew, he wouldn't have tied his self-worth into his sister, and that wouldn't have had a chance to fester into something fucking disgusting like incest. If she had parented her fucking daughter, then her daughter's self-worth and, like, entire humanity would not be tied into her brother's attention, and she'd be able to go and live and have her own life. Like we say, my blank to insert name to refer to siblings or cousins or whatever. Yeah, and like I said, Cosmic Persephone, there is a chance that my Ashley did it on the first try, is that part of his psyche where her successes are his successes and her failures are his failures. So like something she did better than somebody is essentially something he did better than somebody. So there is a chance that him saying, my Ashley did it on the first try is his way of saying, I did it on the first try. What's wrong with you? Because, and I mentioned this in the script of my video and in my video, there is a certain amount of Andrew and Ashley, like the way they act with and around each other, that suggests that the two of them kind of see themselves as co-oping life with the other. Like there's a certain amount of their psyches that are so intertwined that they almost seem to see each other as like one side of a whole. Do you know what I mean? And like Andrew basically sees himself as the good side of the whole and Ashley is the bad side of the whole. So together they're one person. Ashley's all the bad and he's all the good. And Ashley also, a lot of her actions and her dialogue suggests that she views Andrew the same way. Like the two of them are co-oping life. And Andrew is the good and she is the bad. She even says at some point in the game, dialogue to the extent of like, you know, without Andrew choosing her, she may as well not even be here. Like, she may as well not even be alive. Like, there's so much of her entire existence is tied into his perception of her, and that's directly related to the abandonment she dealt with from her mother. Wendy Bro, it is a really interesting game. Like, in terms of the writing, and if you pay attention to it, it is a really, really interesting fucking introspect into just how far things can go if they're left to fester. Because the other part of it is, there's nothing about Andrew or Ashley. Okay, well, hang on. I harped on Andrew for a bit, and it kind of seems like I'm very pro Ashley, even though she is my preferred character. Like, Ashley's fucking psycho, okay? There is everything wrong with that goddamn kid. Clearly a lot of it's due to the fucking neglect she's suffered, but first of all, she plans a fucking murder. She doesn't, okay, sure, she didn't know it was a murder at first, but she literally plans to have Andrew lure out Nina, the childhood friend, and lock her in a trunk in an abandoned warehouse overnight to punish her because Nina told Ashley that she has a crush on Andrew. And Ashley wants to, quote, wait, what is it? She wants to, quote, teach her to steal from another woman again. And like, that's not how you should be viewing your brother, even at that age, Ashley. Like, nobody's stealing. You're not a woman to be stolen from. You're his sister. It's completely fucking different. Even later on with, the girlfriend, Julia, the other girlfriend, Ashley even calls her up a few times and says shit, like, freaky shit, like, what, you think because you can fuck him, you have something over on me? Like, she's in competition with her brother's girlfriends, which again is very not healthy. That is not okay. Like, direct to therapy. But there's also the fact that, like, Ashley can't seem to live her life away from Andrew or outside of Andrew. And it's not that she's incapable of it. She went and had a friend. She was friends with Nina in childhood. And, like, and she made that friend, like, it didn't have anything to do with Andrew. It just so happened that Nina had developed a crush on Andrew. So Ashley could have made friends. She just very clearly chooses not to make friends because she prioritizes Andrew over any other friendship. Because to her, and I'm not defending it, but to her, she's not human. She's not there. She doesn't exist unless Andrew's going to choose her, so nobody else matters. Um, And, like, there's just very much something wrong with the fact that she believes that she's barely even human unless Andrew's paying attention to her. Like, she's very clearly got some self-hatred issues, and obviously doesn't see incest the way she should see incest, as a disgusting fucking thing. Because whereas she's not, like, down bad for Andrew and she's the one who's initiating shit, she even, it says outright in the dialogue after the incest dream, if it'll give me control and Andrew wants it, probably. So, like, she's not adverse to it the way she should be. So clearly something is wrong there, among the fact that, like, she murdered somebody and shit. But she obviously doesn't view it the way she should. She's not completely adverse to it. She's not adding it to her bucket list, but if it's a tool that'll work, it's a tool she's willing to use. And that's very not right. That's not okay. Direct therapy. Therapy. There's the fact that, and a lot of this is like supported by like outside dialogue as well. Like there's a good portion of it sounds like a good portion of Renee's neglect. Off the hop, it sounds like I'm assuming or presuming even to like words. I have this out in my script, I think. I have it shown in assets, so that's where I have it. Yeah, there's dialogue between Ashley and Renee that even and Renee and Andrew that heavily suggests at the abandonment, because multiple times before the game you see it mostly in flashbacks. Ashley had been trying to call her mother, and she kept trying to call, and she kept trying to call, and inevitably you're privy to in game one conversation where Renee Graves straight out says, I don't understand why you're coming to me with this. I don't understand why you keep bothering me. Don't you have Andrew there? Like, it's very clear that Renee has always to Ashley been like, why are you coming to me? Go to Andrew. That's what Andrew was for. And it sets up a very, very unhealthy dynamic. There's also the fact that Ashley is like, she knows Andrew's coming into her bed at night, and she's not doing anything to stop it or deter it. Like, she's not saying no. And I'm not victim blaming here, going, if he's doing something to her, it's her fault. It's just, clearly there's something not right there with her as well. If you're in your 20s and you're letting your older brother crawl into your bed at night, even when, like, your beds are 3 feet away in a hotel, the same hotel room, he still has to be in your bed, and you're letting it happen? Like, red flag. Red flag. Then there's the fact that Ashley's just so blasé about murder and cannibalism and killing her own parents, and it's just like, you're emotionally dead inside. Like, just, and I think that sums it up pretty well with Ashley. Aside from anger, she's emotionally dead inside. And it's scary. Like, if anything gets in between her and what she wants, that's a scary fucking thought. Like, she absolutely would, like, I would classify her as having, like, aggressive antisocial personality disorder. And I mean in the sense of, like, not only would I classify her as having ASPD, but she's the kind of, like, horror story ASPD person that the media, like, that, like, Hollywood always uses. Like, the stigma of ASPD. Like, I think that it's absolutely who Ashley is. Because she's antisocial, she absolutely is. She's got no fucking qualms about murder and hurting people and taking from people. She's like, no problems hiding a dead body as a child and just being like, well, okay, whatever. Someone go to jail, so who fucking cares? The demon's like, give me your parents. She goes, bet. Fried, filleted, stewed, how would you like it? Like, the girl is fucking insane, just psychotic. So she's not yearning for him the way he does for her, but she wouldn't mind. She's emotionally dependent on him. Does she have any non-platonic feelings for him, or is she simply that clingy? I don't think Ashley feels I don't think Ashley feels emotions to the point where she feels any sort of emotion, like romantic attraction or sexual attraction. And I think that would also have to, like, that also pertains to the way she views it, the fact that she views incest in a way that she shouldn't, that it's very clearly a tool she's willing to use if she needs to, which is not the mindset anybody should have. But I don't think she feels emotions. I think she's so emotionally dead inside that I don't think she feels any love for Andrew. She just feels a need for Andrew. Like, she needs... Who are we talking about? Oh, the Coffin of Andy and Lele. Like, Andrew is her humanity in her mind, in her broken, little, twisted fucking mind. Andrew is what makes her whole, what makes her a person. So, yeah, she's very, very attached to him and apathetically like okay with whatever tool she needs to have the upper hand with him. If that means incest, that means incest. But it's not something that she's like yearning for, just like Andrew isn't something that she's yearning for. I think, to be quite honest, she could do with or without Andrew. Like, I think the second Andrew becomes something she can't control anymore, she'd absolutely get rid of him. She just needs something to control, which, has a lot to do with, like, the neglect. Like, literally, the abandonment is the driving force for majority of the game. And, like, arguably, you could even, like, twist the demon into literally being the the corporeal form of the abandonment that's driving them. Like, if Renee, like, if Renee Graves had never abandoned her children, they wouldn't have developed the codependency that they had. And if they didn't develop the codependency, they wouldn't have both been in the apartment when Renee sold off the apartment and the kids to the insurance company or whoever she sold them to. So literally, they would not even be together in that position if Renee had done her job and raised her kids. It would be one of them, and it would probably be Andrew. Because Renee is a bit of a boy mom. I think if she was going to raise her kids, she would absolutely be a boy mom. Because at different points, well, not even different points, there's really only one point. In the game, when they're in the basement, if you stay as Andrew and talk to the mom, she basically, sorry, she basically has a little heart to heart going, hey, listen, throw Ashley under the bus and come with us. Like, she doesn't offer that to Ashley if you have Ashley stay and Andrew goes to the ATM, but she offers it to Andrew. What's a boy mom? Oh God, I have to go to the bathroom again, and then I'll explain a boy mom. What? Alex. Okay. Sorry, coughing into the mic again. So a boy mom is, well, my mom's a boy mom. Um, a boy mom is a mother who is, how do I say this? Who engages in emotional incest with her son. That's a boy mom. Stole some of my weed. God damn it. Boy moms are the moms who have sons. They have daughters too. More often than not, most of them have daughters and they treat their kids significantly different. Their son can do no wrong. Their son is their precious little baby boy. Nobody's ever good enough for their son. They typically view their son's partners as competitors. Again, a lot of emotional incest tied up in boy moms. Boy moms will be the type that'll post things like, born to be your lover, forced to be your mother. Or they make those TikToks that are like, I raised him to be the perfect man for me. I'm not gonna let you take him. And it's like, ma'am, that's your child. So that's a boy mom. My mother is a boy mom. Cameron is her boy. He can do no wrong, always and forevermore. He has never done anything wrong in his life, if you ask her. So much so that because I said he raped me, she said, I'm going to send him after you because he has the right to face his accuser. All right, what about your daughter's right to like be protected from a rapist? No, no, that doesn't matter because she's a boy mom. I nearly threw up when you said that. Oh God, that born to be your lover, forced to be your mother. Like, ugh. And these people will post this shit with a straight face too. And it's like, wow, you need therapy. But no, I 100% believe that Renee Graves is a boy mom. Scared of boy moms, yeah. I feel bad for the daughters of boy moms. Watch this somehow get clipped and Lily go on talking about how I'm supposedly talking about her. No, again, Cameron is her boy. Even if you weren't trans, Lily, you were our father's golden child, not our mother's. Mom really couldn't give less of a fucking shit about either of us that weren't Cameron, so. She only pretended to be my friend because I bought her cigarettes. Too attached to him, put his sisters and girlfriends under the bus for him. Yeah. Yeah. Boy moms are just, no. They're the worst. The worst. They're the kind of people who are posting TikToks like, teaching my son to cook so that your slut daughter's pot roast doesn't impress him. And it's like, Jesus Christ. It's even worse when, like, the boy mom's partners, like the father of the kid dies, and then like the boy mom just attaches to the boy, and it's just, oh my God. It's usually a TV trope, but it's actually so gross. That's how it was spelled. Remember seeing her name in the June video? It was in the June video. That's funny. Jodine Elizabeth Doppler Pete. That's your full legal name, you stupid cunt. Your grandmother's a boy mom. My grandmothers are dead. Aggressive and out of nowhere. I mean, they are. My mom's mom died when I was 4. I never knew her, so. I met her once and I was scared. Because I was 4. I don't understand people who, like, have kids and then they're like, my kid has never done anything wrong whatsoever. It's like, I know damn well they did 8 things wrong today that pissed you off this morning alone. Stop lying. Whoa there, Cohen. It's not a competition. My grandmas are dead. My dad's got diabetes. Anyone know that clip? Oh God. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Actually, Mark probably does. Mark usually does. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. My girlfriend cooks crack in a kitchen on a stove. In fact, we have drugs in every part of our home. I don't care who knows it, I'ma put it in a song where I explain the details of this crime we're on. No, you don't get it, we sell illegal substances. Substances distributed by me and this girl I know. And in the following verses, I'll explain the process as a whole. And if the FBI are listening, here's the address to our home. Oh, right, June did show the fight between Lizzie and my mother. My mother was saying shit like, oh, when I want your opinion, I'll rattle your cage. That is bold words from a fucking shoulder parrot, bitch. Like, Oh, the fact that, like, oh my God, that actually made me laugh and half triggered me so bad because the fact that my mother sat there on Twitter acting hard as fuck when she is the most cowardly fucking twat I've ever met in my life. Like, Jesus Christ. That bitch is scared to run because she has screws in her ankle. She's afraid to put on skates because she's got screws and a steel plate in her ankle. You going talking about rattling somebody's cage, you kept fucking woman? Oh, that pissed me off. I wasn't even involved. I always find it funny too, people's reactions to that. People are like, Lily said she beat her mother in the face. And it's like, yeah, but like, my mom deserves it. So, there's like the rare time where honestly Lily was in the right. I don't fault her for that. I fault her for a lot of things she's done, but like that whole threatening to smack the shit out of my mother, first of all, Lily ain't gonna do it. She's got as much backbone as my fucking mother does. Second of all, it'd be really funny to see happen. Don't say that thought out loud, Courtney. And now for something completely different. A man with three buttocks. Oh god. What? Wait, Lily W. Yeah, very rare Lily W. But it's like, again, we're comparing her to like literally the root of most of Lily's problems, and that being her mother. Um, never heard the name Jodine before. I don't think it's super common anymore, but like my parents are pretty much the same age. They're a couple of months apart for the most part. How old are they? They're 12 years older than my ex-husband, so they're 11 years older than my boyfriend. He's 47. So they're 58? They're almost 60, I guess. I don't know. I never remember. Jodine. She goes by Jody for short. Like it's shortened to Jody. That's probably where you've mostly heard it is people being called Jody. That's where that comes from. But my mother was always a fan of like using your full name when you're in trouble, and that means complete full enunciation and all the middle names. That's why every time I say it, it's Jodine Elizabeth Doppler Pete. It's like the same sort of like vein of tone that she would fucking shit out my name with, like Courtney Isabel Catherine Mary Louise Francis. Wait, Courtney Isabel Catherine Mary Louise Pete. Shit, I'm in trouble. So now I do the same thing to her, because, like, oh, how the turns table! And, like, I always find it, I kind of find, not always, but I kind of find it funny, especially lately, where I've seen a lot online, and just in general, probably a bad question, but should we blame everything Lily says on her? I'm sure she could win an insanity plea. No, 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 no. Not everything she says, that Lily says is from my mother. A good majority of it is from our father. Does Courtney have a middle name? Oh, I got so many. Isabel, Catherine, Mary, Louise. My mother was a fan of very long names. Lily's middle names used to be William Leo Francis Xavier. Cameron's are Henry Arthur. No, he only has two. Haha, that's because you're not a Pete. Cameron only has two. Lily used to have William Leo Francis Xavier, so Lily had four, and I have Isabel, Catherine, Mary, Louise, so I have four. I don't know what that was. I was squeezing my thumb. Black Power. I don't know. No idea. Okay. Jodie. Jodie sounds like a character from the show like Golden Girls or something. Oh my god, they would have read her for filth. No, they would have kicked her out. Legally, I only have one middle name, to be honest. Like, my birth certificate says Courtney Isabel Pete. But if you ask my mother, there's four. Just my father would not let her put four on the paperwork. Sound like tutors. Didn't she try to sucker punch you? She did! She did try to sucker punch me. My father stopped her. That's when I was in Montreal. I had a really, really bad night and did something that I will forever fucking regret, and that was call my parents to come get me. Because I thought for a second that I wanted to go back there, and then immediately regretted my decision, but it was kind of too late. Um, why do people have middle names? Initially it was lineage to track your fucking social hierarchy and like land ownership and whatnot so that people know which families you belong to. Nowadays, it's typically a respect thing. Just from the long names. Also, maybe don't share Lily's dead middle names. I mean, why? I've gotten that before where someone's like, it's transphobic to say her old middle names. No. I arguably it isn't. They're middle names. They were never like again, legally we have one middle name on paperwork, so these were never names that were ever legally assigned to her. They have about as much weight as me talking about how our mother's nickname for her used to be Little Bear. And you literally called her Little Bear on Tumblr for like 6 months when I was talking to her. Um, so yeah, middle names they don't mean jack shit, to be honest. They're just middle names. It's arguably I can not even arguably, but like the reality of the situation with my family is like Lily's dead name is my father's name and my grandfather's name because Lily is the third. She was born the third. Like my grandfather, my dead grandfather's name is Gerald. My father's name is Gerald, and Lily's dead name was the same. You know, my grandfather went by Jerry. My father went by Gerald David, which was his first and middle name because he didn't want to go by Jerry. He didn't want to be Jerry Jr. And then Lily did the same thing with her dead name that my dad did with his name was she went by the shortened version because she didn't want to be Gerald David Jr. What's a name that should only be a middle name and never someone's first name? I don't know, because like middle names are usually somebody's first name. Like that's the thing, especially with our middle names. Um, the other reason for the reason for saying them is they're family names. Like, um, Isabel was Hank's mother's name. Catherine was my mother's mother's name. Um, no, 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 sorry. Mary was my grandmother's name. Was my mother's mother's name. So Isabel, my first middle name, my legal middle name was my grandfather's mother's name. Catherine was my great grandmother on my mother's side. That was her name. Mary was my grandmother's name. Isabel, Catherine, Mary, and then Louise. Who was Louise? I think the name Louise comes from somewhere on my father's side of the family, but like like my middle names are all women from my family. Same with um, William was, that was Sharp. That was Grandpa Sharp. That was Hank's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Francis was, um, our grandmother on her dad's side. That was her father's name. Xavier was also on dad's side, and Leo was on my mom's side. Same with Cameron's middle names are Henry and Arthur. Those are also like family members. Like that's the thing. Like to just sit there and be like, oh, you shouldn't say those names. Those are family members. Those are literally members of my family. So respectfully, I will name them. Um, your aunt was named Patricia. My poor mom was named Geraldine. I mean, if Lily was born cis, no, if Lily was born cis, her name would be Courtney. That's the funny thing. And I think she's salty about that. I really think she is because she's brought it up before. Um, where like she said it really snarkily one time. She's like, "Oh, the only reason Courtney's name is Courtney is because of like this with her this pact that my mother had with her sisters." And it's like, "Well, yeah, that's never been a secret. It's also not an insult to me. I don't give two shits where my name came from." You seem to care though. And maybe methinks that's because if you were born cis, then you would have been named Courtney. So you feel like I have taken your name because you weren't born cis and I was. And then add on top, you keep trying to sell that I took your name by going by Orchard, which is Lizzie's name, not yours. Yeah, you really do believe that, don't you, Lily? Got my middle name from my godfather. That's cool. Like, fuck, I'd go and change my name to Xavier just because it's a cool name and it's a family name. But I'm the namesake of a dead 3-year-old. I'm not going to change my name. I mean, yeah, there's also the fact that, like, my namesake, the woman I'm named after, one of my aunts, actually, who died when she was 3, her name was Courtney Melora, and everyone called her Casey. Um, Me and her looked similar when I was younger. I found a couple of pictures of her once, and I asked my mom when she took these pictures of me because I didn't remember them, and she's like, "Yeah, those aren't you, Courtney. That's my dead sister." And I was like, "Oh, I thought that was me." This is an awkward conversation because that's when I learned my mom had a dead sister. And she goes, "Yeah, you're named after her." I'm like, "Oh, is that why Papa calls me Casey every time I pick up the phone when he's there?" Because that's what we called our grandparents. We had Papa was our mother's father, and then there was Poppy, who was our father's father, and then there was Nana, who was my mother's mother, and Nanny, which was my father's mother. Except Nana died when I was 4. Lily was 5. I don't know if she remembers Nana. Probably not. Probably about as much as I do. But she had cancer. Courtney's a nice name, to be honest. I don't mind it. I mean, eh, I could take or leave it, to be quite honest. Surprisingly, although a lot of people do it, I hate when people shorten my name. Like when people call me Court, fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I don't say anything anymore. I don't bother correcting people because like people just do it and I get it. It's a 2-syllable name. Somebody wants to use 1 syllable just like I do with other people. They're free to. It just irks the shit out of me. It's like, that's not my name, okay. And every time I say that, people are like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry I've been doing that." I'm like, "I know you've been doing it. I've chosen to not say anything about it, so you're fine." I don't know why it bothers me, but it just does. Told me that she got my name because she saw the name Jaden with a Y and not Jaden without it, and that's how I got my name. I mean, no, it's fine. See, everyone does it. It's absolutely fine. Courts or Nene. Oh my God, you just triggered a memory. Jesus Christ, Alyssa. The kid that I raised for 5 years before he started calling me mom for like the first 3 years, he called me Courts. And that's because he would shorten my name, but he was obsessed with Batman. And Joker always refers to Batman in person, like when he's talking to them, he calls him Bats. Like it's always the plural. So he pretty much did that with everybody's nicknames. It was actually really cute, the progression in nicknames with this kid. First, he didn't bother to learn my name, or if he did, he didn't bother to use it. I wasn't Courtney, I was Catwoman. So if he, again, Mark, it's perfectly fine. It bothers me, but it's an irrational thing, so it's not something people have to cater to. It's just an irrational irk that really doesn't change anything. So it's fine. You can call me Court. I don't mind. You just said you might. Well, yeah, but I know it's irrational, so I can deal. Um, but yeah, so I started out as Catwoman before I was Courtney, and then inevitably I was Courtney for a very short period of time, and then I was Courts because that's just how it went. Until the one day he's like, "Can I call you mom?" And I was like, I mean, you can call me whatever you want, just don't call me late for dinner, but the heart, they ripped it out of my chest. We're not going to talk about that. Lissa's. Probably Lissa's. Because you wouldn't shorten it wouldn't be, like, it'd be the last half of your name instead of the first half. Sort of like how when Joker's dealing with Bruce Wayne, he calls him Brucey. There's some leeway to it, but you probably would have been dubbed with a character first. Anybody who was sticking around, this kind of makes me sad actually. This is just sad part of when people shouldn't have kids. So when I met my ex-husband, he was already separated from the mother of his kid for a long time, years, and there had been a plethora of girlfriends coming in and out, clearly that had been around the kid. And I'm not saying something bad happened to the kid, but what I'm saying is, like, it was clear that there had been enough of a revolving door per se, that either the kid had used the wrong name with a girl and gotten daddy in trouble, or just figured out on his own by calling somebody the wrong name enough times that he was probably better off not using names because there had been so many names, if you get what I'm saying. Like Quagmire learning the alphabet off of dude's names that slept with his mom. Um, this was my thought process as a not as a child. I was common law married, but I was 18. This was my thought process with this child. Because he just started calling me Catwoman pretty quickly instead of Courtney, and I never bothered to correct him because it didn't matter. Like, it literally didn't matter what the kid called me. I knew when he was referring to me, and that's really all that needed to be gotten across. Um, so it was pretty obvious that there had been enough girls that's why I was Catwoman instead of Courtney. And then there was clearly a shift in, like, well, this one's sticking around for long enough, so we're gonna, like, it had been a few years. I'd been Catwoman for like a year. And then he started calling me Courtney, which quickly shifted into Courts. But that took a while because very clearly, I had to prove to the kid that I wasn't going anywhere before he decided to remember and appropriately use my actual name. And that's sad. Kids don't get a job at an understaffed gas station. Oh God. Oh God, what happened, Purple Jacket? Are you okay? Do you need help? Yes, I was common law married for like 7 years. I raised a kid for 5 of them. Do do do. You did prove it though, and that's not sad, that's happy. Yeah, but the fact that it needed to be proven is what's sad. The fact that things happened leading to that to even be a necessity is what was sad. But yeah, the whole time I wasn't talking to my parents. No, I was talking to them. That's the funny thing. Hang on, let me die. Shit. The whole time I was in the relationship that Lily claims. Sorry, I'm choking on the bullshit. Cough, cough. I'll be alright. One's actually trying to kill me. Holy shit. Woo. Are the kittens gonna make an appearance? Surprisingly, no. Which is funny, because Magic's been, like, glued to me lately. They don't typically come up to the third floor. Batman, because he spent, like, all of his time in the basement. He's only just learned there's a third floor, really. Because this was Yvonne's floor, pretty much. And Magic only comes up here to go be in Yvonne's room and be sad. So I kind of like it better when they don't come up here, because that means everybody's happy. Yeah, Magic's been glued to me. Jesus Christ. Oh, I was gonna say something before I started dying. Oh, the weed's always killing me. Someone's using card reader on 6-year-old pumps. My head and wasn't paying attention, so it ended up spilling gas. Oh, God. I've only just learned there's a third floor. No, I'm just getting old and I gotta stop smoking bongs soon, and I'm just sad about it. My lungs! I can't take it. My little bitch baby lungs now. I'm sad. This dude who helped me pour kitty litter on it and I'd be nervous and call the fire department. Ah! I mean, no. The real danger with gas comes from the vapor, and like kitty litter will absorb it and dampen the vapor. You're good. It was about my marriage. Oh, right. Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. So the funny thing is when I was married, is the relationship that Lily claims, I estranged myself from the family during, right? Apparently I had cut everybody off while I was in this relationship, and, my ex-husband is the reason that I cut everybody off, and he poisoned me against them and all this shit and blah, blah, blah. My ex-husband talked me into talking to my parents again, okay? I had cut them off when I moved to Montreal, and he had talked me into speaking to them again. Okay, first of all right? I didn't cut my parents off until I literally left my ex-husband. Like, the last time I spoke to my parents was when I had broken up with my ex-husband, and I kicked him out of the house, and we were done. And it's so fucking funny. Because apparently, if you ask Lily, I ran off chasing this guy, which I didn't. I ran off with another guy entirely. And he's the reason that I stopped talking to my parents and blah, 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 and all this shit. When this dude was so family, like blood relation, because he didn't have any of his own. Alright? His mom died when he was 6. And he was adopted by his aunt, who was his mom's sister, but his mom and his mom's sister were adopted when they were young, and they have no idea who their family is. So this dude's family tree is like a twig. It's like one fucking person as far as he knows. He has no idea where his genealogy goes, or his blood relation, his family. So blood-related family is really fucking important to him. So yeah, the man pushed me to talk to my parents more. Like, I started having a relationship with him again because of him. Just can't fathom that I left the family because of the family. Yeah, it's true. No, like, I didn't even leave because of the family. I literally left because of Lily. I could have dealt with my parents' bullshit if I wasn't being raped in my sleep by my own sibling. As simple as that. I could have dealt with the bullshit. I could have figured it out long enough to get myself stable and, like, leave, maybe talk my parents into getting therapy, maybe repairing the relationship, maybe helping them be better people, whatever. I could have dealt with all of that. I could have dealt with Lily's narcissistic fucking ass to the end of days had I just not been raped by my fucking siblings in my sleep. Was Lily some sort of outcast growing up? Just curious. Yes. She seems really mad at your ex-husband. She hates you, but is worried about you having a bad husband. Well, the thing is, she like, because when she talks about my ex-husband, she talks about me being like, apparently I took off to go chase after this guy. Um, so in her mind, the ex-husband took me from her. In her mind, I left because of him. So if he wasn't around, I wouldn't have left, and I'd still be under the same roof for her to rape in my sleep. Like in her mind, this guy that I apparently chased after and then married, which again, two different guys, is the reason that she lost her midnight sex toy. And like, I was raising this guy's kid, and I'm pretty sure I'm still now firmly of the belief that Lily's initial plan was to knock me the fuck up, and hope that I stay at home in my parents' house and raise that kid where she could have access to it and raise it too. So yeah, Lily, I really believe completely hates my ex-husband because he got everything out of me that Lily wanted out of me, which was sex and a kid. I even got pregnant by this dude and went and got a fucking abortion. And I don't even know why she conflates the boyfriend that I had when I left with my ex-husband because they're two completely different people. There's like 6, 7 months in between my ex-boyfriend leaving me and me meeting my ex-husband. Boy, this Lily person sounds pretty fucked up. Anonymous, that's my sister. Unfortunately. Who do you think your parents would have thought the father was, hypothetically? I don't know, Venus, because I didn't even have a boyfriend at that point. As far as I knew at that age, I was a fucking virgin. So, like, literally, I don't think Lily fucking realizes this either. If I woke up one day, pregnant, knowing that I had never had sexual intercourse in my life, I immediately would have looked at Lily and been like, what the fuck did you do to me? Immediately. Like, there would have been no doubt in my mind if I woke up pregnant when I thought I was a fucking virgin. I think your parents probably would have known. I don't think so. I think my parents would have just assumed that I was lying about being a virgin. Like, my parents probably just would have been like, well, you're clearly fucking somebody and you're not telling us about it. Like, at the same age, like, I literally told my father that I was afraid Lily was going to rape me in my sleep, or already was raping me in my sleep, and he did nothing about it. He literally just went, no. Would they have made you get an abortion in that case? Oh, Venus, I would have gotten an abortion in that case. There would have been no making me. I'd have been down in bourbon, falling downstairs, fucking getting friendly with a coat hanger, what have you. In that scenario, if I woke up at 14 with a fucking rape baby and I thought it was Lily's, I'd gut myself with a kitchen knife. No hesitation. None whatsoever. Did the light just turn on or are you going to the afterlife? My camera just doesn't like to focus right because of the flashback from my horrible whiteness. I don't think that matters to her. Any man you're with is the enemy. I mean, this is true. Well, no, no, no. Apparently my current boyfriend is not the enemy. See, it just shifted again, probably because of my whiteness, and now it's fading because it can't figure its shit out. I don't know. My folks wouldn't have cared. No, absolutely not. What would she do? Blame Tara? No, no, no. She just probably would have called me crazy. Like, she just would have just denied, denied, denied. Like, that's all that it would have been. Like, I would have had no fucking proof, which is fine, but it doesn't really matter. Cause, like, I'd have gutted myself and then her. I would have disarmed the rapist, so to speak. Of course it's your whiteness. Lily totally got the native genes. Right. Lily got the native genes. That's fine. I got the Nordic blues. Don't mind the flashbang. Just leaning towards the camera, towards the light. At least you're not orange. That's true. I mean, my eyes are. My hair is. I'm also, like, I found out that I have to do my own hair and makeup for the wedding in May, so I'm kind of testing out makeup looks. I'm wearing a green suit, but I'm pretty sure, like, my hair is going to be orange. The ears I'm wearing are going to be orange. So I'm pretty sure the makeup's going to be orange. Because I think it'll go good with the green. I don't know. I gotta do a test run of it at some point soon. I'm just scared to touch the suit. It's so pretty and nice. I don't want to ruin it. I already fucking locked it in a closet in a room that has not been opened since I got the 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 suit. Since I got the suit. Going to a wedding. Also pick up the suit. I have to ask. I have to ask the bride first. I'm not only going to the wedding, I'm in the wedding party. Yeah, my bestest friend in the whole wide world. We've been bestest friends since we were like 6. Um, she's getting married at the end of May. Thought it was a furry wedding. It's a convention themed wedding. I'm wearing furry ears because that's the fandom I'm representing. She wants everyone in the wedding party to have like a thing, an accessory that represents a fandom you're a part of, and I asked if I could wear furry ears, and I got cleared for it. Because they're bronies, to be quite honest. We'll just be fucking blunt about it. They're bronies. They met at a pony convention. Um, it's so fucking adorable. I love it so much. So my bestest friend runs a blog on Tumblr. She runs a couple of them actually, but she runs a couple of pony blogs on Tumblr, and it's absolutely adorable. And she's had this little community for a good while now with it. And there was this guy in the community that she was friends with and everything. And then they met up at a convention. And then all of a sudden they were dating. And then all of a sudden they moved in together. And now he's marrying her. And it's so cute. I love it. They're the cutest fucking couple in the world. I love it so much. And like it's funny because me and my bestie, we both have traumatic childhoods of different natures and shit. It's her mother actually, that's my surrogate mother that we buried last January. So that sucked. Um but train of thought, where was I going with this? I don't remember. Shit. Oh yeah, so sorry, I just picked up my train of thought again. So we both have like traumatic childhoods and messy family situations. Well, her fiance has like a really cool family and they have like a good relationship with each other, and it's just so fucking, it's just adorable because he'll tell her, she'll experience it, like she'll be hanging out with his family and everything, and then she'll tell me about it, and I'm like, wait, his family just hangs out because they want to? What the fuck is that like? He just calls up his mom to chat. What is that like? And she's like, it's the most amazing thing I've ever experienced in my life, Courtney. She's a traumatic childhood, guessing there's many middle names then too. No, she's only got 2. Ever seen the Brony episode of Bob's Burgers where Tina is the only little girl at a convention? Listen. That episode of Bob's Burgers explained the word canon to me, and I had been too embarrassed to admit I didn't understand what canon meant. But yes, I love that episode of Bob's Burgers where Tina gets Bob all into it, and like to the point where and Bob gets so into it he starts reading her fan fiction. And Dana has a mini public meltdown because Bob starts talking about shit that is non-canonical because just in her fan fiction that she wrote, and she's just having a little autistic meltdown, standing there going, "Non-canonical, non-canonical." I was like, "Oh my god, can't canonical, can't." That's what canon means. I'm dumb sometimes, just a little bit. She's joining a wonderful family. Yes, and it's so cute. It's adorable. I mean, she does have family here. She's got her sisters still, but now she lives in a different province. She moved provinces. And you know, it's great though. She's gonna be so pretty as a bride. And the whole wedding is set up like a convention. Like, it's just gonna be great. Do I write fanfics? No. Cause like, I'm not. How would I word this? I'm not an author, I guess, is just how I'd say it. Like, I can write factual shit. I can write nonfiction. You give me a fucking an essay and I can do the shit out of that. You give me a research essay and hell yeah, I can do that in fucking no time. But fiction, what are we talking about? Someone just asked me if I wrote fiction or if I wrote fan fiction. Fiction, I'm just not good at. Like, I can't get the ideas from my head to paper without just using the same words over and over, and it doesn't work, and I never like it, and I always cringe at it. It's just, I'm also really bad at filler, and it's really funny because, like, I noticed this about myself watching a video of, like, I wasn't even watching a video. I think it was when I was in one of Sai's streams back when I used to be in the streams, where she was talking about how, like, with Lily's writing, she doesn't know how to, like, get from point A to point B. She just wants point A to happen and point B to happen. And, like, there's no filler, there's no build up, there's no world building or anything. There's just things happening, like her vignettes and shit. I realized when I was listening to that, like, I don't know how to write filler or in between shit. Like, I know how to conceptualize points, plot points, like point A, point B, point C, point D, but it's the in-betweens that I lose it. And like, it falls off, and then I get frustrated because I'm impatient and I just want to get to the thing that I already have figured out already. So like, I'm just not an author. I've great respect for people who can do it. Like, it seems easy until I sit down to do it, and then it's like, how does anybody do this? How does anybody do this? What the fuck? And then there's people like Hella who can just spit out a book in like, I don't know, 30 days. If I did write fanfic, what would it be about? Oh god, if I wrote fan fiction, it would never be on the internet because it would be just like self-fulfilling, terribly written smut. I'm not even gonna pretend otherwise. Fluffy moments of filler in between ridiculous amounts of smut, and just all flagrant, whatever the word is. Oh no, I appreciate fanfic writers. Don't get me wrong. Like especially good ones. Like I love reading fanfics, and mostly it's because I can't write them that I love reading them. Um, Especially the smut. God, I found so much Baldur's Gate smut fanfics and like God love those fucking fanfic writers. Love it so much. Um, I love reading fan fictions. Like just reading it's not even for like canonical or non-canonical events. It's not even particularly for the base material. The base material just gives me a set amount of knowledge, if you know what that means. Like part of the reason I really enjoy fanfics is because I like reading other people's writing styles. I like listening to other people tell me a story, and that's basically what, being an author is, writing stories is. You're telling people stories. I love being told a story, and there's so many like talented authors that they're not accredited or published or whatever, so fanfics are the only way they can do it. That like there's so many of them that just I wouldn't myself wouldn't be able to experience if they didn't write fanfics, if fanfiction wasn't a thing to be written. Um, so like I read a lot of fan fiction more for the storytelling of the author than I do for the base material. The base material being fan fiction just gives me like a set amount of knowledge I can draw back to. Like I don't need to spend time learning like which character is who. I can just get right into how you're telling me the story, if that makes sense, right? Like a certain part of narration, like to me, comes off as like mundane and pointless. Like when it comes to character descriptions or like the start of character building is, if it doesn't have a good hook, you'll lose me quickly just with the way my brain works. Because if you're just throwing information and details at me, it just kind of goes in one ear and out the other. And then I'm gonna be too lost to follow along in your story because I don't know who the characters are, because I wasn't grasping the information when it was given to me. In terms of a fan fiction, I already know who's who in Baldur's Gate. So if you just drop the name Astarion, I know who you're talking about. I can move on to the plot point instead of the character itself, if that makes sense. Historical fiction is basically reality fan fiction. You don't know a conversation went down in reality. Fan fiction, baby. That's true. That's why I did love like the Tudors, and what's the other one with the Pope and everything? They made a show about it. Bourgeois, I think. All that stuff, like the books that have been made about that. I love those. They're so interesting. What kind of tropes do I like? Uh, I don't know if I pay attention to tropes really. I don't like I used to read a lot, but nowadays I just don't anymore, and I don't really know why. The Tudors is the most overblown is just overblown Tudors fan fiction. Yes, but it's great. It's fantastic. Bourbon? Yeah. Oh shit. My fucking mic. Yes, House of Borgia. Borgia. That's what it is. I was thinking bourgeois, bourgeoisie. It's one of my favorite things about history. Like all the stories, most of the stories about history is it's all just fan fiction. It's just like we think this is what happened because of a little bit of base material, and it's like, all right, cool. Is there smut? I'll probably read it. I'm in my lonely housewife era, okay? I'm really into the lonely housewife novels. If it doesn't have smut in it, I'm probably not gonna read it. So I'm not gonna read anything. I'm probably not gonna read anything written by somebody under 20. Have I listened to the musical Six? I've listened to a good number of the songs, and I know them by heart. Yes. Sorry, not sorry about what I said. I'm just trying to have some fun. Don't worry, don't lose your head. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Yes, you did. Anne Boleyn's my favorite. She is my favorite hot mess, like, homewrecker of all time. Oh, it's so entertaining. In a morbidly sick sense, to be quite honest, because, like, I find it really funny that Henry went and made a whole ass religion just to marry this bitch. Like, that's crazy. And that's before he got to fuck her. Like, how good is your flirting game or your head game that this man's making a whole religion just to marry you? I kind of want a house husband, not gonna lie. I suck at housework. I want to be a badass STEM lady. Hey, there's plenty of dudes that want to be a kept man. Or a house husband, I guess is what they're called. I have the privilege of pretty much getting to be a housewife, and I love every second of it. I'm not gonna lie. It's not for everyone, and I'm totally fine with that. Um, but I love cooking and I love cleaning, so do I like Nintendo? Yes. I had a whole phase with Six. Oh my God, Catherine Howard. Yes. Well, she did lose her head. Whole ass religion to marry a girl only to chop her head off 3 years later. Okay, but listen, do you know why her head got chopped off? Do you know why she lost her head? Does anybody in the class know why? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Well, sorry, the boyfriend. He incest about her dad. Nope, 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 nope. I mean, you guys are close. You guys are close. The incest is in there. Um, she lost a kid. Okay, so the whole reason why she got her position was because the OG Catherine wasn't giving Henry any sons that were making it past infancy. Um, so Anne Boleyn was like, I'm gonna give you a son. I'll give you a healthy son. I'll give you a son. I can give you a son. So we married her, going, cool, pay up, give me that son. And then she got pregnant and had Mary. No, she didn't have Mary. Catherine had Mary. What the fuck am I talking about? She had Elizabeth. And then she got pregnant again because it wasn't a fucking boy, and she miscarried. But she didn't want Henry to know she miscarried, so I don't know, everyone said she was accused of it, but given how the courts worked and everything back then, and given how much the Boleyns needed this to happen to keep their standing in the courts, okay, um, the accusation was that she fucked her brother. And the accusation was that she fucked her brother a number of times, trying to get pregnant again, so that Henry didn't know that she lost the first kid. Or lost the second kid. Oh yeah, Henry got into a jousting accident and Anne was so stressed over it that she lost the baby boy. See, Venus, I'm pretty sure it had more to do with the fact that when she was pregnant with his son, she kept walking in on him cheating on her with Jane Seymour. Like he was courting Jane Seymour and fucking around with Jane Seymour while Anne was pregnant with the second kid. She's my favorite because she's so fucking messy. Because Henry has a small blank. I mean, his armor would beg to differ. I learned something kind of messed up at Anne Boleyn. For the guy who executed her to arrive on time, they'd have to leave to get him before her trial even started. My girl had no chance. Well, yeah, because like the trial was just a mockery, to be quite honest. Let's be honest. The thing is that Henry already decided that he was going to get rid of Anne because he had fallen in love with Jane Seymour. Like it's pretty widely known, from what is known across history, that oh God, not the cod piece. It's pretty widely known that he really like his relationship with Jane Seymour was different than any of his other marriages because he really, really, hey CL, he really did love Jane. Um, and he met Jane and started falling for her while he was married to Anne. So like, in all honesty, the dude like Henry VIII had no feelings for Anne Boleyn whatsoever. Thank you. Um, he like I'm not like his biggest fan or anything, but if you gotta look at it objectively. Henry was the second born to his father, who was the king. Okay, so he spent his entire life thinking that he wasn't going to be on the throne. Okay, his older brother took the throne, which was his rightful place. His older brother died unexpectedly, which wasn't supposed to happen. So Henry, who had spent all of his life not preparing to be on the throne because he wasn't going to take the throne, he's all of a sudden thrusted into kinghood. He's all of a sudden thrusted onto the throne, and not only that, he's got to take his brother's bride because political contracts happen with marriages. So that contract is still going. Doesn't matter which son's marrying her. So he takes his dead brother's bride, his brother being significantly older than him, as is his dead brother's bride, right? And thrust into a position that he has not trained for because he was always under the impression he was never going to have to take it. In fact, he considered just like absconding from the throne entirely. Um, yeah, he essentially married his former sister-in-law, which was his brother's fucking widow, and fucking, no offense to Catherine, I'm just using the words that I tend to use. This bitch ain't giving him no sons. This bitch ain't giving him no heirs. And it's the way he sees it. The longer he does not have a son, the longer he needs to keep doing this. Something he never wanted to do. Henry wanted to be like a knight. He wanted to be a jouster. The dude liked to go out and do things. He didn't want to be a fucking king. Um, and then, Catherine's not giving him any fucking heirs. And then comes along this pretty young thing, and you gotta remember this, because there's a good chance that because Henry was never trained to be king, never planned on being king, um, he relied heavily on his advisors, and his advisors changed whoever was in and out of fucking favor with him, right? So once Anne Boleyn's father got into a certain position, he wanted to keep his position. There's a lot of people who wanted to keep their positions, so they were just constantly fucking in this guy's ear, like swaying him one way or the other. And he already has a long history of relying on them because, again, he was never supposed to be king, and he never wanted any of this to begin with. So then you've got people like Anne Boleyn's father, who's in his fucking ear. And a lot of what gets forgotten in terms of like the wives of Henry VIII is a lot of his mistresses get swept under the rug. A lot of people forget who his mistresses were because while he was married to the first Catherine, he was fucking Anne's older sister. Like the Boleyns had been in his bed for a good long time. He had been sleeping with Anne's sister because Anne's sister was older, so his father used his daughters to secure his position of power. And he basically told his oldest daughter, "Yo, go seduce the king, get us that fucking bag, get in his fucking bed, give him a fucking illegitimate son. That gives a shit." Now, unfortunately, she never had any kids, and around the time that Henry stopped basically fucking around with her, when he got bored with her, that's when the Boleyn matriarch went and put Anne in front of his face. And he basically took his second daughter and went, "Hey, it's your fucking turn. Your sister couldn't get the job done. Get the fucking job done. Do a better job than she did." And a lot of Anne's actions were just literally her doing what her father told her to, probably because if she didn't, she'd get fucking beat. And this guy's not only in his daughter's ear pushing things in one direction that way, he's also in Henry's ear and has been for a good while. All right, Georgia, bye. So, like, Henry was basically groomed and coerced left, right, and center. Like, this dude didn't stand a fighting fucking chance. Again, not that I'm defending him, it's just the reality of the situation. Just like Anne didn't stand neither of the Boleyn sisters stood a fighting chance because of who their father was. And that's why I find it, excuse me, that's why I find it interesting too. Like that certain era, I find it super interesting just because of the intricacies of it. And the fact that like, I bit my tongue. On the surface, you could look at it as like, oh, this is just some home wrecker who like maybe fucked her family afterwards and then got her head cut off. When in reality, it was like literally a kid manipulated by, two different men and then killed because of it. And one of the men in the situation who was manipulating her didn't even probably know he was manipulating her because it was all being masterminded by the girl's father. It's a whole soap opera. It is. Do you ever see the signet Elizabeth wore that had Anne's portrait inside of it? It kind of bittersweet. She was clearly always thinking about her mother. Yeah, but that's because, like, mm, Anne, like, there's every reason to believe that Anne, like, heavily poisoned her daughter. I mean, not Anne, but, like, no, she was around the girl for a good enough time. There is, like, mm, let me rethink my own statement here. Do I believe what I'm about to say? No, I think there's every reason to believe that Anne would have like had enough set up to poison her daughter against Henry. Um, I'm willing to bet that like Mary played a good hand in that as well, to be quite honest, because like actually that's probably where most of it came from. It probably mostly came from Mary, because Mary, who was Catherine of Aragon's daughter, was very against Elizabeth well, Tudor, but Elizabeth, like, did not like her because she didn't like Elizabeth's mother because, it was Elizabeth's mother's fault that her mother is where what happened to her and all this shit. Like, the generational fucking trauma starting right there. So, like, if you've got somebody a major portion of your life just constantly drilling into your head that like a certain person, especially your parent who's dead, is like an absolute shit human being, then you are going to like swing, you are more likely going to swing wildly in the other direction and hold on to the memory of them, especially when you've got like contributing factors like the fact that her father was the way he was would have absolutely just solidified it. Catherine Howard deserved better too. She was 14. Yeah, she was 14 and a prostitute. And yeah, she got her head cut off because um she made a friend. For the first time ever, she thought she made a friend, and this friend got a hard on, and then she got her head cut off. There's also this thing with Thomas Seymour and Catherine Parr when Elizabeth was a young teen. Oh no. Oh no. Not surprised. I think the nail in the coffin for her was never getting married and getting essayed by her stepmom's new husband. Ooh. How do you know all this shit about the British monarchy? Because it's interesting. It's always been interesting to me, and I've been interested in it since I was like like a young teen. I've read a lot of books. You understand, the woman is always the temptress, right? Just like it's totally the women's fault that Henry couldn't have sons. Well, he couldn't have sons that lived. Apparently, all of his sons were sickly. Like, 'cause the dude had sons. He had one son with a mistress who I think was in like no. He had one son with Jane Seymour, and he died in childhood. And he had, I think, six. He had a number of sons with Catherine. They just a lot of them were stillborn. But yeah, it's funny. Like, oh, it's totally the woman's fault that you can't have. Wait, what? What am I talking about with the dude? Oh, got messaged. How do you know all this about the British monarchy? I just learn things. I like reading. The woman is always the temptress. Well, the woman's the property, and it's easy to take your shit out on your property. Here's some of the mistress who died shortly after Anne Boleyn died. Yeah, okay, so that's what I thank you. Thank you, Venus. I thought so. I was mixing that up with Jane Seymour's kid. But see, the thing is, like, illegitimate sons don't like it's hard to get a claim to the throne as an illegitimate son, to be quite honest. Especially in those times. I'm pretty sure most of the court would have argued for a full-blooded queen instead of a half-blooded king. I mean, that's why they did the incest all the time, is because they were more interested in the bloodlines than they were anything. I don't want to say Karma Venus. Then there was Anne of Cleves. Yep, she got done so dirty. Although she dodged a bullet, let's be honest, she dodged a fucking bullet. He just went, oh wait, you and Ugo, send her back. And she just went, not without my payday? He, fine, fine, pay her, just send her back. Jane Seymour's kid was Edward, already lived to 15, got a nasty fever and died. Yes. Yes. Did he live to 15? Cause like, fuck. Should have been king at that point. Henry, why didn't you just fucking retire? Anne of Cleves got off easy. She dodged a bullet, man. She dodged a bullet. Speaking of which, okay, we've been going for 4.5 hours. I have to wrap this up in the next half hour because I have to get to the store and get more smokes before it closes. And then probably go play some Baldur's Gate before my boyfriend wakes up. Or I'll nap with him, one of the two. I didn't realize I was doing this for 4.5 hours. Holy shit. Think he was briefly. Did he die before Henry died, or did he die after Henry died? Anne of Cleves wasn't even ugly. She just wasn't expecting Henry being twice her age and trying to seduce her in disguise. Henry just called her ugly out of spite. BG3 buddies, let's go! Oh, I'm on my tactician run. I once streamed for almost half a day. That is true. I did 12 hours. We tried to enact a Zinzu just as a peasant, hoping that she would fall in love with him, forgetting he was old and fat and she didn't speak English. She was terrified. No, that's the most amazing thing ever. Oh, God. He said, let's pretend we don't know each other. And she went, who the fuck are you? No, Henry, she called you ugly. And then you had to pay her to be quiet about it. Oh, son of a bitch. He died after Henry. That's where the whole succession crisis where Jane Grey came in. Right, okay, alright. I couldn't remember if he died before Henry died or not. Because I really thought they put Mary on the throne, didn't they? No, you're thinking Queen of Scotland. That's where it gets, the actual succession is where it gets muddy for me. But it's still also wild to think about that, like, the queen that just died was the granddaughter of Henry VIII. We talk about it like it's not even the granddaughter. Yeah, yeah, sorry, the queen that just died is the granddaughter of Henry VIII. We talk about like the Tudor era, like it was so long ago. That was like, again, the queen that just died was his granddaughter. He ruled for like 6 years. Jane was on the throne for 9 days. And also outlived all the wives. Yeah, that's true. Then Bloody Mary. It wasn't Bloody Mary, Mary Queen of Scots? Or am I mixing things up now? Mary came after Jane. Jane was a Protestant, so she had to be beheaded as a traitor before Mary could ascend. I think Edward put her ahead of Mary to avoid a Catholic monarch. Jesus. Then Elizabeth. Then other Elizabeth. What do you mean granddaughter? Wasn't he alive in 1457? You, you forget Queen Elizabeth II was 100 years old when she died, my dude. But yeah, Elizabeth II, her mother was Elizabeth the First, who was the daughter of Henry VIII. Too many Marys, right? Queen of Scots was also Queen of France. Mary Queen of Scots was her cousin. Okay, thanks. Glad I got you guys to set me straight. How old was Lizzie when she died? Yeah, Lizzie was like 96 years old when she died. Wasn't Elizabeth Tudor the Virgin Queen? I mean, they called her that, but she also had many lovers. She just never married. She never had a king. One second. Sorry, I'm looking stuff up. Her father's George the Ninth. Oh, did I get that wrong? Okay, no, I was wrong. I said that with my whole ass chest, and I was wrong. Looking stuff up, sorry. I was very, very, very wrong. Anyway, Anonymous, what was she talking about then? I was talking about being very wrong. Bye, Mark. I said it with my whole chest, but, no, no, so wrong, so fucking wrong. Ignore me for that part. And a queen consort. Okay, but it's always a queen consort unless it's a queen. I'm British and I study history, so, well, yeah, we'll take the Brits' fucking word over mine, goddamn. British monarchy is confusing. It's the fact that they reuse names so many times. My fucking dumb, uneducated brain went, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, they're related. All about Canadian history, to be frank. I mean, that's true. Although, once you go back far enough, Canadian history is British history. Because we're still a Commonwealth. We're still part of the Commonwealth. We're still owned. Lizzie's still on our fucking coins. The British monarchy can fuck themselves. Oh, 100%, but the soap opera of it is so fascinating to me. How many King Georges? Oh, fuck. Too many. It's like the Pope. Too many of the same Pope's names. And then, like, not only that, but I don't always remember how to read Roman numerals. Like, VI, is that 11 or is that 9? I don't remember. Why couldn't you have just written the eighth? I found out that the Queen died from everyone posting that one Megamind scene. No, the Queen died because they couldn't update her software anymore. She's a robot, please. It was considered a king's name. Well, there was also a time where, like, people's last names originated from, like, what they did or who they were. Like, the last name Richardson in, like, old time originating rules, that's literally, like, your family was given the last name Richardson because, like, at one point someone's father's name was Richard. It's literally son of Richard. Like, there's like the last name Baker comes from people literally being bakers and being named after their professions. Like, it's so weird, the progression of like of where names came from. And like, I feel really bad for whoever has the last name Dickinson. The I is six. See, I don't know how to read that shit at all. Barely. V is 5. That's right, V is 5. X is 10. I'm so dumb. Do, 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 do. Edward wanted to marry a divorce, but the Church of England was founded specifically so Henry could get a divorce, said no. So he abandoned this road and gave it to his brother. Technically, I'm descended from medieval Scottish royalty. It doesn't mean anything now, but it does explain why I want to be treated like a princess. Oh my goodness, I saw this YouTube short that was so funny. It's like, girls are like, I want princess treatment. I want princess treatment. You just want to sit in your room and not be perceived. Ma'am, that is eldritch horror treatment. And I heard this and I was like, oh my God, that's me. That is me. That is absolutely me. It's like, you don't want princess treatment. You want knight treatment. There's not many who would turn the queen away. Well, not especially if we're in the era where, like, they could chop your head off if you say no. I want princess treatment. Look at what happened to poor Diana. The abnormality you do. Is it that one golden retriever boy with the goth hair? I'm gonna find it while I'm dying. Ow. Sorry, it's gonna get choppy for a minute. Trying not to cough. But it's not working. Trying not to cough. Oh, I've been sitting down too long. My ass cheek hurts. Isn't his name Danny? I think it is. Found it. It is Danny Phantom EXE. Pause. One second. You guys are gonna watch this with me. Do 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 do. Fuck. It's just over my face. That's fine.
Ma'am, you drink, smoke, and yell belligerently at strangers. That is not a princess. That is a pirate. You want pirate treatment. And
Hang
I
on, we'll
am
restart
so
it.
down. I want princess treatment. I want to be treated like a princess. Ma'am, you drink, smoke, and yell belligerently at strangers. That is not a princess. That is a pirate. You want pirate treatment.
Me.
And
I
I am
want pirate
so
treatment.
down for that. Whose booty are we plundering tonight? Because if it's mine, I gotta go clean up. You want to frolic in the woods, pick flowers, and steal the souls of wandering men? Yeah, no, that's not princess treatment. That's fae treatment, okay? Sorry. Oh, fuck! I want princess treatment. I want princess treatment. Ma'am, you do not want to be perceived and you want to stay locked in your room all day. That is eldritch entity treatment, okay? You are an unknowable cosmos of emotion and tendrils, and I'm a little into that. Okay, so you want a sword, armor, and you want to fight
Dog
things.
hair.
Ma'am, you are not a princess. You are the knight coming to save me in my castle, okay? I am the princess here. You're short. You want to collect trinkets and you like frogs? Ma'am, you're bisexual, and you're also a gnome. Look at how tiny you are. Either that, or you're a fairy. And if that's the case, I'm not giving you my name. Sorry about that. Oh my god, I did it again. I want princess treatment. I want to be treated like a
No,
princess.
it's just
Ma'am,
gonna
you
restart.
drink, smoke, and
So yeah, I saw that scrolling through shorts. The guy with the dog hair. That's not what I called him. I said he's the golden retriever boy. Because every time I see a short talking about the golden retriever boyfriend, it's him. Every time. So that's just every time I see him, I'm like, oh, that's the golden retriever boy. And also, he seems really cool, and I want to be his friend. Because, yeah. Pirate. Absolute pirate. I drink, smoke, and yell belligerently at strangers. I absolutely want pirate treatment. And I had to look it up. For those who don't know, because I didn't, the reason why he like goes, ah, fuck, every time he says sorry is because you're not supposed to say sorry to a fae. Because that's basically, acknowledging, like a wrongdoing is basically acknowledging a debt owed, and you're never supposed to owe a debt to the fae. So that's why he goes, oh fuck, every time he says sorry, because you're not supposed to do that to the fae. I love his shorts about neurodivergent friends because it's just me and my friends. He said the guy with the dog hair. I don't want to sit here and say no, I didn't, because then someone's gonna go watch the VOD when it goes up and like timestamp it and be like, yeah, you did. So I'm just gonna take your word for it, but those are not the words I meant to use. Guy with the dog hair. But yeah, no, I had to go and look it up. I was like, why is he freaking out because he said sorry? Like, I know there's a lot of rules with the Fae, but then yeah, I looked it up and I was like, oh, that makes sense. And he did it twice. Oh, buddy. So there you go. Never say sorry, because you don't know who's a Fae. I'm joking. Don't take that seriously. Apologize if you've done something wrong. Be the bigger person sometimes. All the time? No, but sometimes, yes. Just screaming randomly is a common occurrence between me and my friends. But see, you're not just randomly screaming, you're just like, you're communicating via echolocation. You're like, awesome, if you tells, thank you. The one big benefit of my hair being absolutely fried is it holds structure pretty well. Like, I can just, like, do this, and it'll mostly stay. Especially if I were to tease it some more. But, like, I can just kind of shape my hair like an anime wig, and because it's very fried, it'll just sort of stay that way. So I like making very anime pigtails. Like these are how I draw pigtails, and now I can wear them that way. Oh god, heartburn. Golden Retriever boy with the goth hair, that is what I said. Someone went back and found it. So he dyes his hair a lot too. I watch way too many like neuro. Oh, hi, Spider Queen. By the way, you said hi and I didn't even see that. I love watching YouTube shorts by people who like have diagnosed ADHD or like autism or something. Because like I'll watch them and I'll be like, oh, maybe that's why I do that. Oh shit. Like I watched something some girl did a short about her vocal stimming, like her voice is her favorite stim, and I realized, oh, maybe that's what's going on with me. Are you gonna dye your hair again? Yes, I want all of it to be orange. I mean, I'm keeping the shadow root. I'll probably like I'll have to touch it up because it's kind of getting a lot just more half grown out than it is shadow root. So I'll have to bleach the roots again, but I'm gonna dye it completely orange and then keep the shadow root for the wedding. So I'm gonna have to keep it orange until like after May. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to take this up though by then. I just have to get more dye. Oops. I never really like intended to plan like to dye my hair orange when I did. I was cleaning and I found that I had yellow hair dye and pink hair dye left over, so I mixed them up and I thought that looks like it'll be enough to just do the front pieces here and like some money pieces and like the just like the front half. Like I think I separated it something like down here. And then I did all that orange. I was just bored and I had the stuff. I accidentally unmasked in front of the front desk nurse in my appointment. I accidentally did a sing-song voice. At least I made her laugh. Oh God, I fucking last time I ordered weed, when it showed up, because it gets delivered to my door, and I just go out and meet the driver. It was a new driver, and he had a dog, and it was the most adorable fucking dog I've ever seen in my life. And while I'm like handing over the money and petting this dog, this fucking woo just pops out of my fucking throat. Just I was just, he was so cute. I'm just like, oh, and it was really loud too, as I'm like handing over the money and taking my weed. So I just kind of ran back to my house. I'm so fucking embarrassed about it. I was like, wow, that was that was so very autistic. I don't have a diagnosis, but I'm so convinced. And it's just, yeah, that was great. I'm still thinking about it, as you can tell. It's 7:47. I need to go soon. We got like 10 minutes, guys. 10-minute warning. 10-second tidy. Sometimes the stim just overtakes you. There was a dog involved, okay? And see, I think I have the benefit of, I don't know, if I do have ADHD or autism or like some combination of the two, I don't think I've ever really masked, to be quite honest, because like, I've never known that I've needed to. Trying to think now. No, not really. I don't know if I've ever masked. It might be why I've never really considered, like, even being autistic or having ADHD or something, because like every time I've heard people's experiences about it, it's always in terms of like a struggle. And for me, for the most part, none of it ever really felt like a struggle. It's just, I don't know, I just love the sound of my own voice, I guess. No, it turns out it's probably well, I mean, it turns out it might be a vocal stim thing. I don't know. I just figured I like to talk. And like, I don't know, if you think I'm weird, that's fine. You don't have to like me. I don't like that in public too. If you're weird, it chases off the weak ones. I don't know. There's pros to it. I mean, sure, if I acted more normal, more people would like me, but do I want those people to like me? Like, no. I'd rather have friends around me where I can just be myself and not have to worry about jack shit. 'Cause then my friends can be themselves and not have to worry about jack shit. My one of my best friends, she's one of the few people who's just trying to saying ah wah 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 wah. Being normally is vastly overrated. One of my favorite noises in the world is Babies when they do. I love that noise. That's my favorite. See, my vocal stems, well, I hesitate to even call them that because I don't have a diagnosis, but the things that I do that maybe fit into a vocal stem, it's usually shit like fucking Mark is always coming in and triggering the shit. Where when he drops the illegal substances or, ooh, meth. Like, I get an audio stuck in my head and it's, like a clip of something and I'm focused on it forever. Sometimes they never go away. Like a fucking recent one has been back to the kitty because she's kind of pretty. I can't stop looking at it face. Been in a whole Sir Mix-a-Lot era, just constantly listening to the same album just because of that one sound. Bye, CL. We are leaving in 10 minutes. Oh, the sound of babies laughing when they hear paper ripping. Do they laugh when they hear paper ripping? I know they stop crying if you throw cheese on them. Sounds like what even is that word? Echolalia? I gotta look that up now. People have asked me before, Courtney, how do you know so much? Because I look things up. Echolocation. Echo. Oh, there it is. Involuntary repetition of words or phrases spoken by someone else. I don't know if I'd call it involuntary. I just get personal joy out of doing it. It just makes my soul happy to do it. Or to hear it. Mostly to do it. I feel bad for my boyfriend too, because he doesn't even know where most of these come from. Like I'll hear that clip, that same piece of audio, usually in a short, and I know this generally stems from TikTok and whatever. And then if it's a catchy little audio, it'll stick in my brain, and I'll just out of nowhere just pop it out of my mouth. It's like of my own choice, but like there's no lead up to it. It's not like contextually it makes sense. I'm just kind of bored, and I want the joy that comes from saying it out loud. So I say it out loud. And if you don't know the process of my brain where I've already been stuck on that for a week, then it's just out of nowhere, just someone just saying that. It's probably the weirdest fucking thing. Boom, math. Fuck. Oh, listen. Look at me, busy as a bee. Where did I get all this energy? It's math. Oh, math. Oh, that was off. But see, well, it says it's involuntary, but I don't know. Mine's not involuntary. I just like I see it and then I think about it and like I want the joy that comes from singing the ooh math song, so I do it. Oh, thank you, Aaron. I dressed up today. It's the first. The hair was a mess, so I put it up in pigtails and then it didn't match the onesie, so I went, I may as well go all out because I never do. Then I did my camera on makeup. My makeup on camera. My hair's kind of falling flat though. The teasing is falling out of it. What does that PA actually call? I need to see it now. Well, let me bring it up, because I don't know what it's actually called. I was watching a video that was like a top 50 PSA things or whatever, um, which is where I'd seen that one and a few of the other ones that I keep doing. Sorry if the stream gets choppy. Ooh, meth. It's literally just called the Ooh Woo Meth commercial. Now you could forgive the camera quality. This is like a PSA from like the TV from TV forever ago. I think this is from the 90s. Give me 1 second. OBS is being a dick. Oh God. The song, Ruthlessness. Or fucking Get in the Water. Get in the Water got stuck in my head forever. Alright, here we go.
Look at me, busy as a bee. Where'd I get all this energy? Oh, man. I don't sleep and I don't eat, but I've got the cleanest house on the street. Oh, man. Get these hairs all out of my face. Get these bugs all out of my place. One more hit, no time to waste. Oh, meth.
So yeah, that's it. 30 seconds of absolute nonsense. Oh my God, I love this song! Who knows this?
Okay, I wake up in the morning, bounce my ass, and then I cook some food. Then I go outside and bounce my ass on a good looking dude. I bounce my ass in public, bounce my ass up in the lunch line, even bounce my ass up in the office when it's crunch time.
Ah, no, that wasn't supposed to play. Oh, I let it play, but I fucking love that. It's so great. Why would you give Meth a theme song like that? The hell was that? That was a PSA that's supposed to like keep kids away from meth, but it's okay. But why is he kind of thick as fuck? I know. Ram Ranch. Please let Ram Ranch die. No, let's send Elon Musk to Ram Ranch. I don't know what I just clicked into. We were listening to an old PSA from '98 about meth, and then it started playing Bounce My Ass by Uncle Bazzy, which, oh God, I don't even know how to explain that. This dude's like a freestyle rapper, and like him and his buddy were on a live stream, and I guess they were doing a fucking like a freestyle riff off kind of thing or whatever. And he tells his buddy to go get him a water, and he tells the stream, and he's like, I'm gonna make it gay as hell and just see his reaction. And that's what he busts out with when his buddy comes out. And he's like, yo, I wake up in the morning, bounce my ass, and then I cook some food. Then I go outside and bounce my ass on a good looking dude. And his buddy's just like hyping him up. He's just like getting into it. He's like, yeah. Just being his hype man, like giving him fucking backup vocals. Meanwhile, dude's just like still going, and he's like confused as hell, waiting for his buddy to fucking crack. And then by the end of the stream clip, he's just like, "Why are you hyping me up?" He's like, "Bro, I don't know, it was kind of fire." And then they actually made it a song. It's so great. You know Miles Honeybun? Okay, but why the song slap? Right? It kind of slaps though. Wake up every morning, bounce my ass, and then I cook some food, and then I go outside and bounce my ass on a good looking dude. Bounce my ass in public, bounce my ass up in the lunch line, even bounce my ass up in the work and when it's crunch time. It's so good. It's called Bounce My Ass. AZZ. The last line is like, people always asking if I'm gay. Nah, I just like to bounce my ass. I don't know, I stumbled across it on YouTube Shorts and it's just gold. So now it's forever in my history watch list. What about no cock like horse cock? Listen, I grew up in the era of Mr. Hands. Enough said. I feel bad for people who are clicking in just now because I got to go in a few minutes. No Nut November. Oh, it's a song? Oh God. That's so funny. I mean, it's better than like. See if I can even do this. I really can't. Rar! X3 nuzzles. No, I can't. Level X3 nuzzles pounces on you. Ooh, woo, you're so warm. What is that? A bad copy pasta? I can't even get the words out. That song's made by an actual zoophile. Oh, well, fuck that. Play it. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, okay. Look at the cringe. I turned a bad copy pasta into a bad rap. No, Senzawa was the first one who did it. Okay, here we go. I love Senzawa. She's
Okay,
great.
well, this is a really bad idea, but I'm already here, so here we fucking go. Right, extreme noses pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm. Couldn't help but notice your bolts from across the floor. Noses your Nike Waikito day Matilde, hee hee. Unzips your baggiest pants, oh baby, you so musky. Take me home, pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me like my widow, baby, tail for your bulgy wulgy. Kisses and lickies your neck.
I love it.
Daddy likey, sazzles and wazzles your chest. I be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please adopt me.
Oh my God, I forgot about that part.
Lips. Ooh, punish me, please. Gotta hit him with this furry shit. He don't see it coming.
I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. What is any of this? Oh, that's the sausages from yeah. Oh, I'm gonna hit you with some great shit. This is great. Apple about cheese. Boots with the fur. She was moving to the PJs too, and the whole damn club was looking at her. She hit the floor, and next the thing you know, Shawty got low, low, low. I love these. I love these. All these different versions of Apple Bottom Jeans. Baggy sweatpants. Reeboks with the straps. Let's turn my fucking monetization on. Moving to it. Looked at me when she turned around and gave that big booty a smack. She hit the floor and next the thing you know, Shawty got low, low, low. Shawty got low, low, low. Why does this sound like people live in an Xbox? I don't know. Probably because I'm in my fucking, because I've been in this the whole time, thinking I was in this, forgetting that these don't work. Apple bottom jeans, boots with a fur. Here's the flow and watch the thing you know. Go low, low, low. Shawty got low, low, low. Why did you freeze? Yeah, YouTube doesn't add, put links. It only lets me do that. Syrup by Slump? That sounds funny. Hang on, I gotta show you guys another one. Where's the Beach Boys? I love how, like, nobody said anything about my mic until, like, I'm literally supposed to be off chat, off of the stream. That makes me sad. Because that means I've been on the shitty mic when I've had the good mic, thinking that I was on the good mic, forgetting that that one's broken. No, hang on, that's not the one I want. Is it the Beatles? No, it's not the Beatles, it's the Beach Boys. I went through a whole tangent of these things. I love them. She hit the floor. Oh, lovely. And just a fish. Okay, hang on. If we're going to talk about fish, then I got to show you guys. Fish sticks. Where's the original? Ooh, I can spell fish, I swear. No, these aren't right. Where is it? But it's the main part of my childhood. Where did you go? Fish sticks, roly-poly fish sticks, fish sticks, eat them up, yum. Oh, I'm sad now. I don't know, I can't find it, now I'm sad. Yeah, apple bottom jeans in various different styles is my favorite thing ever, to be quite honest. People really love remixing apple bottom jeans, yeah. There's also oh, I found it so Baby No Money, who, if anybody knows who he is, just a Canadian musician who's getting big. Um, he has a song, one of his newer songs is called It Boy, and I realized that it's got the same, like, beat, like, same background, like, bass mix as It Girl by Aaliyah, I think it is. And I found a mashup of them, and it's the best thing in the world. But anyway, I gotta go to the store before it closes, so that means I have to get off stream. It has come time at 5 hours, 5 minutes, and 57, 58, 59 seconds that I must come. This must. Words. This stream must come to a close. I was trying to be all like dramatic and shit, and then I stumbled over my own tongue like a dumbass. That was fun. Anyway, thanks for coming out and hanging out with me. I always have fun with you guys. Smooch! Hearts. You guys have a good night. I got to go to the store and then get pizza. Alright, thanks for hanging out, guys. Bye! I will stream again soon. I'll stream again tomorrow. I promise. Bye! Ooh, I know my buttons. I totally know my buttons. Apple bottom jeans and boots with the meth. Watch that actually get through. I hit record, not stop stream. Jesus. I know what I'm doing. You guys can tell it's been a while.